Chapter 772. In front of the divine earth, there were 9 purple gold divine hoe that were as large as elephants and dragons. The war chariot they pulled had many ancient patterns engraved on it. The pile of divine origin on it was extremely astonishing. At this moment, 4 fist-sized pieces of divine origin fell off, releasing a few light caw sounds that clearly spread throughout the battlefield. It was extremely intimidating. The roars of the barbarian race army of tens of thousands couldn't even compare to it. The entire battlefield immediately became quiet, everyone's eyes staring at the war chariot. These divine origin were not a single entity, but rather pieced together. They submerged a white-haired elder within. He was extremely imposing as he sat within. Darkness King Ancestor. Wang family's people were all stirred up, loudly calling out. Many people piously knelt down, wishing to awaken and revive the person within the pile of divine origin. On the barbarian race army's side, it was deathly silent. Not a single person spoke, all of them quietly staring at the pile of divine origin in front of them. Was a terrifying enemy about to revive? Another light sound rang out. A face-sized piece of divine origin fell off, rolling onto the ground. Even though the white-haired elder within was still lifeless, it left the entire battlefield horrified. Long live Darkness King Ancestor. Kill all the enemies and display our undying might. Darkness King, please take action and resolve our clan's calamity. Eliminate all powerful enemies and forge an unmatched legend. Heaven bless our clan, let us prosper forever. The Wang family erupted with commotion. Everyone was cheering loudly. Just now, a king-level expert had been killed by a barbarian king, and Yi Fan took the head of a great expert from the army of tens of thousands. This made their morale fall to the extreme. Now, a demon king of darkness had awakened, and this was a huge motivation for him. This time, several dozen pieces of divine origin fell off. The white-haired elder sitting within suddenly opened his eyes. A wave of terrifying aura made the entire world tremble. Everyone's hearts palpitated. This was a pair of empty eyes without any radiance. They were like 2 black holes that could devour one's soul. They were ice-cold and emotionless, gloomy and dark without a trace of human emotion. Who is it that has disturbed my slumber? Has the family reached a moment of life and death? This day has finally arrived. The voice was fleeting and cold, as if it came from the underworld. Old Ancestor, please take action. It is a group of barbarians from the southern mountains range that are attacking. One of our clan's great accomplishment kings has even died in battle. A great being cried out as he knelt down on the ground. Is the southern mountains barbarian tribe really that powerful that they would dare to attack a clan of the ancients? Asked the white-haired old man sitting cross-legged amidst the pile of divine source. You are the ones who are too domineering and arrogant. You have sent your troops into the southern mountains 3 times, wanting to massacre my people. Now, we are only counterattacking and protecting our people. The barbarian tribe leader shouted. Protect our tribesmen, we will trample northern plains. Tens of thousands of barbarian cavalry raised their spears towards the sky and shouted together. What a powerful primordial war god tribe. It is just like the legends, where the vanguard points, even an undying divine dynasty has to withdraw. The Dark Devil King said from within the divine essence pile. Black mist pervaded the air, gradually seeping out. His voice slowly became cold. Every word was as heavy as a mountain, striking at the hearts of the barbarian soldiers, wanting to shatter their primordial spirits. However, do you really think you can destroy a clan of the ancients? Are you not afraid of being completely wiped out here? Many barbarian soldiers couldn't endure this kind of impact and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. There were even some who directly fell off their mounts, never to get up again. The barbarian king took a step forward, causing the divine earth to tremble. A mountain range in the distance also collapsed. Many experts from the Wang family in front of him all spat out large mouthfuls of blood. They were shaken up from the ground and sent flying into the sky. Some even exploded. Isn't it just the Dark Devil King? What is there to be angry about? Do you think my barbarian race will fear you? I can kill you. The barbarian king was thin and shriveled, but his words were incomparably sonorous, possessing the power to devour mountains and rivers. The dark body was an extremely terrifying physique. Once one reached the great accomplishment stage, they would be known as the Dark Devil King. They would sweep through the world with few opponents. The barbarian race is formidable, producing a legendary barbarian king. However, you are too arrogant. A voice transmitted from the divine essence pile. Formless killing intent rushed out. Chung. In front of the divine earth, an expanse of dazzling radiance erupted, clashing with an expanse of dark light. This was the clash of the divine wills of two terrifying kings. Dark Devil King, if you were a saint, I would turn around and leave, but you aren't. Stop trying to flaunt your seniority. It is rumored that you have already died in meditation for 1,500 years, yet you are still struggling at death's door, using divine essence to suppress your body to hang on to your last breath. Yi Fan was shocked. He slowly understood from their words that the Dark Devil King wasn't as ancient as he had imagined. He was actually a modern expert. The Dark Devil King was already more than 5,500 years old. Of course, this wasn't his true lifespan. In reality, when he lived to 4,000 years old, he didn't have much life force left. Then, he used divine essence to seal his body and engraved Tao patterns, wishing to achieve undying. Of course, the so-called undying also had a time limit. What he sealed himself with wasn't divine essence liquid, so there was no way he could last this long. Before his life force was extinguished, he reduced his body's consumption to the lowest level. Now, he had only lasted for 1,500 years, yet he was already close to his limit, about to die in meditation. He said he was 5,500 years old, but in reality, his cultivation was still 4,000 years old, and he still had his original fighting strength. Moreover, his blood energy was insufficient, about to dry up. Of course, this was already terrifying enough. Once he reached 4,000 years old, that kind of fighting strength would definitely be able to suppress the world, becoming unrivaled. Is that so? Let me see what kind of abilities this so-called barbarian king has. The Dark Devil King said coldly. How many attacks can you release? How much blood energy do you have? Coming into being today is merely because you can't protect your chastity in your old age. The barbarian king opposed with equal harshness. In his hand was a white bone club. It is still enough to support me for 2,000 exchanges. Today, I am going to cut down the so-called flesh shell unrivaled barbarian king. The Dark Devil King roared loudly, his voice shaking heaven and earth. He indeed had the qualifications to be wild. A 4,000-year-old great demon king ancestor was enough to shake heaven and earth. In an era where saints didn't appear, he could rule the world. At this moment, overflowing black mists rushed into the heavens, scattering all of the clouds in the sky. This place became a place of darkness. However, he didn't rush out of the divine source, because he didn't want to waste even a bit of his lifespan waiting for the enemy to destroy him. He didn't have much time left in this world. The so-called trump cards would die upon seeing the light. As long as he came into being, regardless of victory or defeat, he would immediately die. A demonic roar shook heaven and earth. The entire northern plains seemed to be trembling. An unrivaled demon king appeared, formless killing intent rushing in all directions. The barbarian race army coughed out blood and retreated, all of them horrified. This was an unrivaled demon king that was even more terrifying than Wang Lai, titled Dark Darkness. No one noticed that during this process, Yi Fan was always making preparations, moving in secret. He used his feet to carve divine patterns one after another. This was Wang family's divine land, 10,000 ancient veins crisscrossing about. It was a land of soaring dragons, so there was naturally no lack of origin veins and draconic energy underground. More than 10 years had passed. When Yi Fan was free, he would study the Origin Heavenly Book. He had long surpassed his original cultivation realm, advancing towards the Yuan Taoist master level. Right at this moment, Yi Fan's feet suddenly stomped out. The dragon vein underground was revived on the spot, releasing tens of thousands of rays of light, drawing in the origin energy and activating its vitality. This was an unforeseen event that surpassed everyone's imagination. A terrifying dragon extended out from under Yi Fan's feet, connecting with the war chariot pulled by the 9 purple gold divine Ho. A shocking event occurred. The pile of divine origin pieces all began to burn, and then they suddenly collapsed. This kind of power was incomparably terrifying. In front of the Pure Land, it was as if a sun had collapsed. Tens of thousands of divine radiance rushed out, and endless radiance blossomed. No one could look straight at this. This was a great calamity. The Wang family's people screamed miserably. Those who were close to them all immediately shattered, turning into thick blood. Then, they burned and turned into ashes. Loud cries rose and fell. The Wang family's people were all scared witless. They didn't feel pity for so many experts that died, but rather because of the Demon King of Darkness. The pile of divine origin exploded. This old ancestor was sitting at the center, bearing the brunt of the attack. He hadn't even made a move yet. Could it be that he had already been killed? This was a type of great resentment that stifled them. In the divine earth, the aura of an unmatched holy weapon surged over, covering heaven and earth, forcefully suppressing all of the erupting divine origin pieces, making this place calm down. Otherwise, this region wouldn't exist anymore. With so much divine origin burning, it was enough to turn the entire soaring dragon land into scorched earth, life force forever cut off. A white-haired elder lost an arm, his head also split open, legs also twisted. He roared towards the heavens, his entire body releasing a terrifying black mist. The Demon King of Darkness didn't die, his life not in danger even in this type of divine origin storm, so one could well imagine how terrifying he was. On the side, the 9 purple gold divine Ho, war chariot, and large amounts of experts were all evaporated just like that, turning into dust. Only he was left alone. Old ancestor. Wang family's people cried out loudly. This was a tremendous blow. They didn't even take action, yet their own foundational energy was already damaged, and it seemed to be quite serious. The Demon King of Darkness also wanted to go crazy. In the past, he had moved unhindered through the 5 regions, unmatched under the heavens, yet today he suffered greatly. He had been unrivaled his entire life, and only 4,000 years ago in the eastern wastelands did he encounter an extremely young white-clothed divine king who shocked both past and present. He returned in defeat, his Tao heart injured. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to seal his own path, being suppressed by a young king with absolute power, making him lose his Tao heart. And now, it was another youngster who used this kind of method to injure him, and he sensed a similar aura from the other party's body. You also cultivate the Battle Saint technique. The Demon King of Darkness roared loudly. He turned into a streak of black light, rushing over like a madman. Well done. The Barbarian King turned around to look at Yi Fan, and then he faced him with the white bone club in hand. The Barbarian King and the Demon King of Darkness clashed. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart, divine domains colliding. They turned into 2 streaks of light, tangling together, fighting a life and death battle. In all directions, the great earth caved in, and the mountains collapsed. It was as if the world was being reopened, and all living things were destroyed. On the barbarian race's side, a stone axe hung high in the air, and thousands of strands of divine power fell down, protecting everyone inside. It was the same in the divine land. A supreme holy weapon surged with majestic aura, protecting everyone from the Wang clan. Otherwise, the battle between 2 kings might destroy everything. Kill! Behind them, the tens of thousands of barbarians raised their weapons and rode on their mounts, shouting together to cheer for the barbarian king. They were like a group of wild heavenly soldiers. And on the other side, the Wang clan was filled with anger. They were also shouting, "Kill these savages! Kill the Saint Physique!" They wanted nothing more than to skin Yi Fan alive. If it weren't for him, there wouldn't be such a tragedy just now. Bang! The battle on the battlefield was extremely tragic. The Demon King of Darkness spat out a mouthful of demonic energy, almost causing the Barbarian King's chest to explode. But during this process, the Barbarian King's divine might shocked the world. He swung the white bone club, using the ancient battle technique, and an earth-shattering attack landed on the enemy's waist. But half of the Demon King's body was smashed. Black demonic blood flowed out, terrifying to the extreme. You think you're the so-called backing? You're inferior to someone like me who lives in the present age. The barbarian king was divine and ferocious. Even though his body was small and withered, his divine strength was matchless, his bravery unrivaled. The Demon King roared angrily. He rushed into the sky, starting a great battle again. Killing intent rushed into the heavens behind him. His hair danced about chaotically, and demonic energy overflowed into the heavens. War God's fury! The barbarian king roared loudly. When he swung the white bone club, an enormous war god's void image appeared at the end of the club. He towered into the sky, roaring towards the heavens. His head of disheveled hair flew about, and his bronze-colored muscles were sturdy like coiling dragons. He roared fiercely, his anger boiling. Hong! This war god appeared at the end of the white bone club. Blood energy rushed into the heavens, pressuring the Demon King until he was horrified. His entire body was cracking apart. Wang! The club smashed down, able to shatter mountains and rivers. That war god even took action, slapping down. Everything collapsed. Heaven and earth trembled. The Demon King was seriously injured again, flying outwards. Many cracks appeared on his body, almost breaking apart. Darkness god descends. He also roared loudly. A black demonic god appeared behind him, its roar shaking the heavens. It threw itself over murderously, rushing towards the barbarian king. Blood splashed outwards. The barbarian king flew backwards, suffering a terrifying attack. One will severing the heavens. The barbarian king shouted loudly. He leapt up, his entire being turning into a terrifying void image. A deity walked out from the space between his brows. It was exactly the same as him, slaughtering its way out. Darkness is boundless, I am unmatched. I will descend upon the great earth. The Demon King roared angrily. His entire being split into 9. 9 ancient devils rushed out, slaughtering their way over together. 2 great extreme kings clashed intensely. Kill. The ancient war god is undying, sweeping through everything before him. Kill. Long live the barbarian king, tyrannical and unmatched. The barbarian race armored cavalry all roared loudly, their aura magnificent, making others feel reverence. Darkness ancient king is unmatched, killing all enemies. Exterminate the barbarians, exterminate the holy bodies. The Wang clan was also shouting loudly, bolstering their king's prestige. And at this time, Yi Fan walked out of the crowd with the goddess furnace in his hand, walking towards the battlefield. He was the only cultivator who dared to enter the Battle of Kings. He shouted loudly, "Who dares to come out and fight? Where is Wang Ting? Wang clan's experts, do you dare to come out?" The holy body's flesh shell was unparalleled. This kind of roar resounded throughout the northern plains like heavenly thunder. Even though the Wang clan's experts were furious, not a single one dared to accept the challenge. One person stood alone in front of an army of 10,000, yet not a single one dared to come out. This scene made the barbarian race army's battle intent even higher, instantly raising their morale. Kill. Do you dare to fight? Kill. Who dares to contend against you? Kill. Tyrannical and unmatched. The tens of thousands of barbarian armored cavalry roared loudly, cheering for Yi Fan. Their aura swallowed the mountains and rivers, their voices resounding through the heavens. In the distance, the Wang clan's morale was extremely low. The Demon King of Darkness had been attacking for a long time without being able to take down the barbarian king and seemed to have suffered a great loss. And now, a holy body was suppressing all of them. No one dared to come out. Chapter 773. A 4,000-word-long chapter. In front of the battlefield, Yi Fan stood alone, the long sword in his hand pointed towards the sky, the edge of the sword stained with blood. No one from the Wang family dared to face him, it was absolutely silent. Where's Wang Teng? Is there anyone who dares to fight me? Yi Fan faced off against the crowd. However, no one came out. Yi Fan knew that Wang Teng was definitely not in the clan. Otherwise, with his personality, he would have come out long ago. He would not have waited until now. In front of the divine earth, the Wang family's morale was extremely low. Not a single person dared to step forward. This made many people's hearts sink, and they sighed inwardly. They had lost a type of bravery. On the other side, the barbarian king and the dark king were fighting intensely, and it was a battle of life and death. The barbarian battle chi and dark demonic energy surged out of them, and the battle between them reached its climax. Pooh! A ghastly flower of blood blossomed, a string of pitch-black blood gushing out. This was darkness demon blood, every drop piercing through the void, drawing out an expanse of Tao traces, the void images of gods and demons appearing. The Dark King's forearm was torn off by the barbarian king, and it was dripping with blood. But the Dark King was still ruthless, and his severed arm shot out demonic blood and pierced through the barbarian king's chest. Two great kings were fighting. One was famous for thousands of years, while the other had been cultivating in seclusion in the southern mountains for thousands of years. Now that he had reappeared, it could be said that they were opposing each other. However, the expressions of the people from the Wang family were all ugly, because they knew that the King of Darkness would not be able to hold on for much longer. The so-called trump card would die the moment it was exposed. Unless they could kill the brute king quickly, they would not be able to turn the situation around. The battle became more and more intense. Both sides began to compete in their mastery of the Tao, and all kinds of secret techniques were used. At this moment, irregular scenes descended from the heavens. Sweet dew surged from the earth, lotus flowers floated in the air, and heavenly sounds of the great Tao swirled about, drowning the two kings underneath. Children, what are you waiting for? The time to avenge our clansmen has come. Trample the clan of the remote antiquity and wipe their names off the face of the earth. The barbarian leader waved his hand and personally blew the horn of victory. Woo woo! The ancient bull horn let out a muffled thunder-like sound, like the low cry of a huge monster, making people's ears buzz. Tens of thousands of armored cavalry charged together. This type of scene was extremely terrifying. From the heavens above, from the earth below, it was as if a black mountain torrent had erupted. In the sky and on the ground, they were densely packed. There were human figures everywhere, and battle cries shook the heavens. Kill, trample the clan of the ancients. Trample the Wang clan and wipe their name off the face of the world. The cavalrymen of the barbarian race roared in unison. The sky seemed to have collapsed from their stomps. It was as if tens of thousands of drums were roaring at the same time. It was deafening. Conquering an ancient family was like a fantasy to ordinary people. Normally, they wouldn't even dare to think about it. But now it really might happen. Tens of thousands of cavalrymen charged into northern plains, stepping into Wang tribe's territory. Their battle cries shook the heavens. The King of Darkness wanted to obstruct him, but it was impossible. He was now occupied by the brute king, and he could die at any moment. Kill. Yi Fan, Li Tian, and Yan Ishi also took action, charging through the sea of people, killing experts. Yi Fan had a long saber in his left hand and an iron sword in his right. He weaved about and killed everything in his way. There were young skeletons and shining white skulls. He was invincible and unstoppable. In the sky, chariots, ancient ships, and castles all rose into the air to resist the barbarian army. This was a blood-red sky, and the corpses on the ground were like mountains. In the charge of an army, unless an individual was extremely powerful, they would appear insignificant and be quickly drowned out. Yi Fan's bravery was unrivaled. He destroyed several divine cities made of gold and rushed into the divine land, fighting in all directions. Kill, this was a world of blood. It was a demonic land filled with white bones and corpses. It was filled with cruelty and blood. Any great battle was like this. What dazzling radiance! What divine halos! Those were just the decorations of the later generations. The true battlefield was filled with blood and bones. It was cruel, terrifying, and full of slaughter. There was no right or wrong. At that moment, there was only life and death. At this moment, no one could think of anything else. They could only fight to the death. for the sake of survival, they could only fight to the end and decide the victor. Kill. People shouted and beasts roared. Many people's throats had become hoarse, and their weapons were bent. Their bodies were covered in blood and wounds, but they still continued to charge. We can only reveal all of our trump cards. Even if we die as soon as we see the light and have no more fate with the Jianghu families, we have no choice. Otherwise, the extermination of the clan will be right in front of us, roared a senior elder of the Wang family. With my status as the acting clan leader, I order my great-uncles to open the eternal divine treasury and reveal all of our trump cards to annihilate all enemies. Wang Chengshen roared. A horrifying aura immediately spread out from within the divine land. A violet lightning hammer flew up, emitting a brilliance that could illuminate the ages. It was so resplendent that it was almost terrifying. This was the Wang family's unmatched holy weapon. It came from the hands of a human great sage, and it was 100 times more terrifying than the damaged hammer Yi Fan had seized. The world's great Tao and endless veins interweaved in its surroundings. There were also tens of thousands of purple lightning extending out, as if the great mist was rising. The might of this terrifying holy weapon stopped over 10,000 cavalry on the spot. It was as if it could destroy 3,000 great worlds. With a loud sound, a stone axe hung high in the air from the barbarian army. It emitted a similarly terrifying aura, as if it could pierce through the past, present, and future. It similarly interweaved with endless great Tao veins, and there were even more tens of thousands of divine power strands that protected all of the cavalry within. Pooh! An expanse of black blood blossomed. On the other side of the battlefield, the victor of the great battle between kings had been decided. The Darkness King's body broke apart, and the upper half of his body was dyed in black blood as he flew out. He was smashed into two by the Barbarian King's large white bone club, and his lower half had long become a bloody paste. Ah! The Darkness King screamed loudly. Black blood gushed out from his body, and his upper body was also cracking apart. The Barbarian King's divine power was astonishing. With a loud shout, the mountains and rivers trembled. He brandished the large white bone club and heavily hacked downwards. The strong winds blew the great earth several dozen zhang deep, and rubble flew into the air. He was taking advantage of his victory to pursue and attack. He didn't want to give the other party a chance to retaliate. Otherwise, the attack of a peak king before his death was extremely terrifying, and there might be unforeseen events that could happen. 9 heavens 10 earths, darkness. Sure enough, the Darkness Demon King released a low roar, releasing a curse-like voice. Kill! The Barbarian King's voice shook the heavens. He brandished the large club and hacked downwards, forcing him to stop shouting. Chi! At the same time, a streak of green light flew over, and like an arrowhead, it pierced through the Darkness King's body. The Azure Dragon took action at the crucial moment, and the remaining dragon horn fell off, hacking off the Darkness King's head. Go to hell! The Barbarian King roared loudly. The large white bone club smashed downwards, and with a pew sound, the Darkness King's head was smashed to pieces. Brain matter and blood splashed everywhere, and his body and soul were both destroyed. A terrifying demon king that had cultivated for 4,000 years, and then sealed himself for 1,500 years was killed just like that. The Wang family was in chaos. With a rumbling sound, a heroic male rushed out from the purple lightning hammer within the divine earth. His eyes shot out purple lightning, and his appearance was heroic as he looked down on the world. Great Tao traces curled around his entire body. He didn't say anything and quickly pounced towards the Barbarian King, wanting to kill him with a single strike. Northern Pole Immortal Light. The Barbarian King was shocked. He soared into the air with extreme speed, arriving above the heavens. He held the unmatched stone axe in his hand and forcefully hacked downwards. The great sage's weapon erupted with power, covering heaven and earth as it collided with that male. Even the sky was trembling. This male is too terrifying. He has almost entered the realm of saints. Li Tian was alarmed. At this crucial moment, the deity within the stone axe revived and rushed out. That was a hazy sphere of light that blocked the male. He couldn't break through. The goddess furnace revived. Yi Fan used it to protect the barbarian race soldiers out of fear that the Wang family's other trump cards would rush out to attack. That heroic male was extremely terrifying. He confronted the deity within the stone axe, making heaven and earth collapse as the power wreaked havoc in all directions. Finally, a moment later, he gradually became indistinct and slowly disappeared, no longer existing. The divine light entered the stone axe. The barbarian king coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, suffering serious injuries. Even with the protection of the great sage's weapon, he still almost died. One could imagine just how terrifying that male was. I never expected your Wang family's trump cards to have a strand of Arctic immortal light. The barbarian king stopped his bleeding and swallowed a precious pill to recover his vitality. Many people were shocked. Even the Wang family themselves didn't know that the clan had this type of trump card. Arctic immortal light, also known as undying light, could merge with one's primordial spirit and maintain its undying state. When necessary, it could release a heaven-shocking attack. However, as soon as it released an attack, its Tao would scatter. It could only exist for a short period of time and couldn't last long. Normally, it would be suppressed by an unmatched holy weapon, never appearing in the world again. Only the North had it, and only a single strand would ascend every 100,000 years. From the ancient times until now, only a few people had seen it. This was the first time they saw someone merge with the Tao with the Arctic immortal light. The one who collected and refined the Arctic immortal light still hasn't completely become a saint. Otherwise, I would have already become dust. The barbarian king said to himself. The Wang family having this type of trump card exceeded everyone's expectations. The barbarian race cavalry retreated. Under the protection of the stone axe and goddess furnace, they temporarily stopped their attacks. Everything we have to kill all of the barbarians. Wang Chengshen and the others became anxious. Several dozen great experts were almost completely wiped out, and 2 of their trump cards were damaged. If they didn't reverse the situation, their clan would definitely be wiped out. Everyone from the Wang family retreated into the divine earth. They activated the purple lightning hammer together, releasing millions and millions of streaks of radiance. The holy weapon completely revived, as if an ancient saint had revived. A streak of purple radiance rushed into the heavens. At this moment, it was unknown just how many great powers in the northern plains were horrified. Many experts looked towards the distant horizon, watching that streak of purple radiance. Roar! Several tens of thousands of cavalry gathered together, activating the stone axe together. There was similarly a vast amount of holy force that erupted, and this weapon also revived. There's still this one for us. Yi Fan shouted loudly. He activated the goddess furnace, suspending it high up in the sky. It was impossible for a single person to completely revive a holy weapon, but with several tens of thousands of cavalry working together, it was different. Blood energy surged. Everyone activated it together, and the goddess furnace also released dazzling radiance. Moreover, right at this moment, it completely enlarged, immediately filling the sky. It was no longer the size of a fist like it was in Yi Fan's palm. Right now, this was its true body, one that could crush the heavens. Wang family's people's faces all became snow-white, all of them trembling. 2 of the great sage's weapons appeared at the same time. This was just too horrifying. They only had a single holy weapon, so how were they supposed to contend against it? Don't be scared, my clan's backing is deep, they cannot win. My clan has more than 10 types of backing, we won't be defeated. We have invited the clan's most powerful backing. Even if rivers of blood flow in this world, tens of millions of corpses, this is the only thing we can do. Wang family's people roared loudly, carrying out the final struggle. The purple lightning hammer flickered with radiance. A sparkling and translucent snow-like source block flew out from the inner world it evolved. Yi Fan was shocked. This was definitely a divine source, but it was different from the common ones. It wasn't dazzling, instead resplendent like stars, the radiance gentle. In the past, a beautiful young lady was cut out from Northern Domain Divine City, sealed precisely within this type of divine source. Right now, there was a vicious beast inside this divine source. Its appearance was terrifying with 3 heads. The center was a dragon head, the 2 sides were respectively an ape head and a bird head. It wasn't that large, only 2 meters or so in length. Its entire body was covered densely in scales that were like divine metal. It was sturdy and powerful, incomparably intimidating. As soon as it appeared, it trembled, and then a wave of world-covering aura spread outwards. Half of the people immediately fell weak onto the ground. This is my clan's most powerful backing. If you all can win, then we'll admit defeat and wait for your clan to be wiped out. Otherwise, all of you can just die. Wang family's leaders roared crazily. Right now, they seem to have truly gone mad. Archaic ancestral beast. Barbarian king was shocked. Why do I feel as if it is as great as a saint's aura? Li Tian felt his blood run cold. You all actually used an unmatched holy weapon to protect this type of ancestral beast. If it is allowed to appear, rivers of blood will flow. It will unleash a massacre everywhere. Barbarian clan leader shouted. You all forced us to do this, everyone can just die. Wang family's people roared crazily. Not necessarily. No matter how much backing you all have, my barbarian clan does not fear you all. We only need a war god. Barbarian king shouted loudly. The stone axe in the sky opened up its small world. A tall male that was sealed within divine origin appeared, looking like a war god. This was a complete piece of divine origin liquid, clearly condensed from divine origin liquid. There wasn't a single crack on it, 2 meters tall. Inside of it was a bold and powerful male that was 30 to 40 years of age. His beard was like steel needles, wide mouth, large eyes, skin a bronze color. He wore beast skin clothes, looking like a reincarnated war god. What? Formed from divine origin liquid, not dying even after seeing light, this type of backing. Wang family's people were in despair, because they sensed a type of aura that could suppress that ancestral beast, making it tremble. This war godlike male, even though his body was within the divine origin block, right now he seemed to have woken up, immediately intimidating heaven and earth, making all directions tremble. Long live war ancestor! Long live the 17th generation ancestor! All of the barbarian clan soldiers were shouting, their voices ringing through heaven and earth. This war godlike male didn't break out of the divine origin block, rushing forward together with the origin block. The unmatched might almost made everyone kneel down on the ground. That beast ancestor didn't break out of the divine origin block either. It rose into the air, turning around to run. One could well imagine how scared it was inside. Everyone in Wang family was in despair. They knew that the great calamity of their clan's extermination had descended. Even if they used all of their trump cards, they were still powerless to reverse the situation. That war god was unstoppable. Wang family is finished. Yi Fan knew that there was no way for a miracle to happen. The barbarian race's trump cards were truly world-shocking. This battle was about to come to an end. The 5 regions were about to be shaken. A magnificent feat that hadn't been done in 100,000 years, trampling over an ancient family. An undying inheritance was about to reach its end. Chapter 774. Kill. Corpses were everywhere, blood formed rivers and mountains were shattered. There were armored cavalry everywhere. Banners fluttered in the wind, and murderous shouts shook the heavens. The great army trampled on the Wang family. The great battle had already reached its final juncture. The barbarian army bravely charged into the Pure Land. There had never been a battle that was beautiful. This was a blood-stained painting, full of slaughter and death. The scene in that instant was enough to make one suffocate. A miserable cry rang out. A half-step expert was cut in half, and an armored cavalry charged through the 2 halves of the corpse. Pooh! An expert took action, cutting off the barbarian cavalry's head. He also cut the beast in half, bringing with it a rain of blood. The corpses fell from the sky. Pa! A wolf-tooth club smashed down, smashing a middle-aged man's head into pieces. Red blood and white brain matter mixed together, creating a ghastly sight. Hong Long Long. A golden war chariot rushed over, leaving behind a brilliant brilliance in the sky. It crushed the barbarian army, and immediately, a group of armored cavalry became a bloody paste. Broken bones flew everywhere, creating a ghastly sight. A true battlefield would not make people sigh in admiration at the magnificence of mountains and rivers. If one had to use the word majestic to describe it, then this painting had corpses lying on the ground as the background, white bones and blood as the brush, and the withering of the flower of life as decoration. There was only cruelty. Several thousand armored cavalry charged into the divine land. The stone axe and goddess furnace hung high in the sky, blooming flowers of Tao. Petals bloomed one after another, shooting out streaks of light that pierced through the clouds. Divine sounds reverberated, protecting everyone from being crushed by the opposing holy weapons. Kill! At this time, there were no other sounds, only shouts of killing. After breaking through the divine land, the battle became more and more desperate. The weapons of the human race's great sage began to clash. From time to time, traces of the great Tao would rush out, piercing through the 9 heavens and forming new small worlds. Holy light descended, covering the sky. Earth, fire, wind, and water rotated, as if they were splitting the world apart, striking out with chaotic energy. The war chariots and ancient ships in the sky broke apart and were destroyed. The armored cavalry were also swept through from time to time, turning into bloody mist. There were casualties on both sides. Even if the saint weapons of both sides were protecting their own people, they would still be breached from time to time, resulting in a tragic scene. Of course, the Wang clan's situation was even worse. On the barbarian side, 2 of the great sage's weapons were unleashed, suppressing their violet lightning hammers. The divine land was on the verge of collapse. Among them, there were a few damaged saint weapons, but they were of no use at all. In front of a true saint weapon, they were just like crude primitive weapons. Let's go. Where there's life, there's hope. Today, my clan has been attacked. In the future, I will make you pay with 10 times the price of blood. Many experts from the Wang family roared loudly. There were many formation platforms in the divine earth that could allow them to travel through the void. They prepared to abandon their foundation and retreat. You still want to leave? Go ahead and try. The barbarian tribe leader shouted. All types of radiance surged. The formation platforms were all activated, but not a single one could open up a realm gate. All of them were ineffective, and the void path seemed to have been severed. How could this be? The Wang family's people were in despair. Many people cried out miserably. They didn't even have a single path of life left. They were all restricted, unable to open up. Before attacking the Wang family, the barbarians had already made detailed arrangements. Even if they defeated this great clan, it would still be extremely terrifying if they were allowed to escape. If a Huanggu family went crazy, the barbarians would definitely face many disasters in the future. As a result, the moment they attacked, the barbarian race's ancient formation banners sealed up the void. Let's die together. Drag them down with us. There were also unyielding people from the Wang family. They roared crazily, wanting the barbarians to die with them. Let's all perish together. Ashes to ashes, ashes to ashes. Many people were infected. Their expressions were sinister, and they almost went crazy. The entire divine earth was shining and about to burn. All of the Wang family's divine sources, ancient weapons, and divine formations were going to be destroyed. They were going to evaporate and burn away. If it were to explode, it would be a force that could destroy the world. Imperial divine weapons, tens of thousands of experts, broken holy weapons, and great formations were all extremely terrifying. Once they were set ablaze, the barbarian army would also wither away. However, it was difficult for all of this to come true, because there was a barbarian warrior in the sky. This was the Southern Mountains barbarian race's trump card. While suppressing the archaic ancestral beast, he was also paying attention to what was happening below. A thick streak of battle chi surged down from the heavens, immediately submerging the entire divine earth. All of the restlessness and radiance were restrained. The heavens are going to exterminate my clan. How could it be like this? Can't we even drag the enemy down with us? Many people from the Wang family roared. Their expressions were all distorted, and they were full of unwillingness. If my clan is exterminated, a great disaster will befall you all in the future. The southern mountains will be slaughtered until not even bones remain. Not even a blade of grass will grow. The Wang family's people cursed. Correct? The archaic king race will appear in the world. You all have destroyed my Wang family's divine earth. In the future, you will all be massacred. Everyone from the Wang family laughed cruelly. The barbarian clan leader loudly said, I already knew that you all were in cahoots with the archaic race. Today, I will eliminate you all to prevent you all from becoming a great disaster in the future. The barbarian king also spoke. The archaic king race won't launch a large-scale attack on the human race. I fear that all of your hopes will be dashed. Ancient ancestors' weapon, please burn and destroy all enemies. My clan's great sage's weapon, please follow the will of our ancestors and protect our king race. We will burn indiscriminately with our enemies. Many people from the Wang family knelt down, prostrating themselves towards the sky and kowtowing towards the purple lightning hammer. At the same time, many elders muttered to summon their final trump card. Even though they knew that doing this was useless and that they couldn't resist the divine might of the war god's palm, they still wanted to bring it out and carry out their final madness. The purple lightning hammer flourished. Purple energy surged and the aura of the great Tao pervaded the air. It was as if it could pierce through the endless heavens. It truly wanted to burn indiscriminately with the other two holy weapons. Everything is useless, Yi Fan indifferently said. The barbarian race's army of tens of thousands activated the goddess furnace and the stone axe at the same time to carry out their final resistance. They weren't afraid of the Wang family's madness at all. Moreover, the most important thing was that there was still an ancient war god in the sky. At this moment, he had already suppressed the archaic ancestor beast. He was like a mount beside him as he descended. Clang. The stone axe left behind by the barbarian race's great sage soared into the sky and hovered in front of the divine source block. It immediately erupted with a terrifying aura. This ancient man was activating it alone, and it was much more terrifying than the tens of thousands of cavalrymen. The stone axe split the sky and pressed downwards. The purple lightning hammer immediately trembled. Under the true divine might, it didn't have a suitable master to wield it, so it couldn't resist. The so-called trump card that flew out from the purple lightning hammer's world turned into ashes one after another. People didn't even see clearly what it was before they were destroyed by the ancient man. No! The people of the Wang family screamed in agony. However, all of this was useless. The thousands of words of the losers couldn't compare to a single glance from the winner. They were all in despair. The purple lightning hammer wanted to burn. As long as the spirit inside could escape, it even wanted to self-destruct. However, it was useless. The void shook. Under the control of the ancient war god, the stone axe opened up a small world inside and swallowed the purple lightning hammer. The horrifying vibrations in the sky and earth disappeared. Swoosh. With a flash of light, the ancient man and the subdued archaic ancestor beast also entered the stone axe and disappeared. The giant axe returned to the sky above the barbarian race's army with the divine aura. At this moment, the situation had been decided. The Wang family had lost all their trump cards and their sacred weapon. They had no way to reverse the situation. Trample the northern plains and sweep the Wang family. We will accomplish a great feat and conquer an immortal inheritance. We will take revenge for our people and raise the prestige of our race. Kill. Flatten the desolate families of the northern plains. Everything had been settled. The situation couldn't be changed anymore. The barbarian king waved the white bone club in his hand and ordered his soldiers to charge forward. The sky was filled with cavalrymen as they rushed into the divine land. Children, the next battle belongs to you. I will watch you fight from here. You will experience the baptism of the flames of war. The barbarian king flew into the sky and stood under the dark clouds as he shouted to everyone. A magnificent army trampling the Wang family. It became a reality at this moment. The barbarian race army was invincible as they slaughtered their way into the divine land. With every step they took, there would be more corpses. The army was defeated like a landslide. The Wang family was as anxious as stray dogs and as frightened as fish that had been caught in a net. They had long lost the will to fight and escaped, leaving behind a large number of corpses. At this moment, there was nothing that could stop the advance of the tens of thousands of cavalrymen. The fate had been decided. In front of them, there were all kinds of ancient watchtowers. One didn't need to think to know that this was the accumulation of the Wang family for hundreds of thousands of years. There would definitely be countless divine objects and treasures. Yi Fan stood in the sky with the barbarian tribe leader and the old barbarian king. Li Tian and Yan Yishi also stood in front. It's time. According to the original plan, we will send the news out and let the magnificent army enter the northern plains. Yi Fan said. As one of the desolate-era aristocratic families, the Wang family controlled the northern plains and looked down on the world. As one of the most ancient and powerful forces, they naturally had many powerful enemies. Before the battle, Yi Fan had considered whether he should ally with those people or not. However, he gave up in the end. Because the Wang family had accumulated power for a long time, those people definitely wouldn't dare to respond and might even leak the news. Now that the general situation had been decided, it was time to inform those people. It was time for them to display their brilliance and carry out the final purge and pursuit. Barbarian King said, "Let's go and take a look at the various ancient watchtowers of the Wang family. There is no need to talk about the ancient scriptures of the human race's great sage. There might even be divine weapons refined there. There might even be one or two ancient emperor's scriptures." Before daybreak, the magnificent army had already entered the northern plains in the middle of the night. It was unknown how many powerful forces had arrived, but the entire northern plains was trembling. "Brat Yi, this move of yours is truly ruthless. The Wang family is completely finished. Even if there are some fish that escape the net, they won't be able to escape the pursuit of those powerful enemies. From now on, they will be erased from the Wang family," Li Tian said. An immortal inheritance was truly coming to an end. On this night, the world was shaken and the 5 regions were in an uproar. A desolate-era aristocratic family had been destroyed. It was like a legend had been destroyed. After 100,000 years, someone had once again performed such a magnificent feat, trampling over a desolate-era aristocratic family and shocking the world with a single battle. Saint Physique, it's actually him who led tens of thousands of cavalry to trample the Wang family. The news had never been as fast as it was today. It could be said to be extremely urgent. In just half a night, it had already spread to all the major regions. Chapter 775. Inside the divine earth, ancient watchtowers were majestic and enormous palaces were everywhere. A group of barbarian race soldiers broke through great halls one after another. Inside, there was dense mist swirling about and multicolored light rising. Immortal energy was hazy and there were treasures everywhere. Another ancient great hall was broken through. After entering, precious light rushed into the heavens. Divine beads floated about one after another, engraved with Tao markings. They were brilliant like stars, and one's cultivation speed could be doubled here. The barbarian race soldiers cried out in alarm. They had never seen these precious treasures before. Normally, they lived with strange birds and vicious beasts, living in the boundless great wastelands. A wolf-tooth club was enough to accompany them. When another enormous palace was broken through, divine splendor rushed into the heavens. There were piles and piles of divine sources, so dazzling that one couldn't open their eyes. There were fists, heads, faces, and all kinds of different colors. They were like suns suspended in the sky, dazzling and moving. Wang family had ruled the northern plains for hundreds of thousands of years. From the ancient times until now, it was unknown just how many treasures they had accumulated. It was naturally shocking. Inside the divine earth, there was already very little resistance. Blood dyed the pure land and skeletons covered the ground. Armored horses rumbled as they trampled over the corpses of experts. This was the result of a clan being wiped out. All of the glory was no longer important. After a flourishing era, there was only endless sorrow. Everything that had happened was recorded in blood, and now, only sorrow remained. When a palace was blasted open, There were large amounts of ancient weapons that released zheng-zheng noises. Many of them rushed into the sky, wishing to fly in all directions, trying to escape. This was an armory. Every single item had long-developed intelligence, and any one of them would fetch a sky-high price in an auction. It could be said that taking down this armory was too important for the barbarian race. They urgently needed it, and many people's eyes were about to pop out. When another enormous palace was broken through, medicinal fragrance wafted through the air, rousing the weary cultivator's spirits. There were all types of jade bottles that flickered with clear splendor. There were even many pill furnaces that released spirals of fragrance that refreshed one's mind. It was unknown just how many precious pills there were. Wang family's accumulation was too abundant. There were hundreds to thousands of ancient palaces, and when all of the treasures were added together, it was hard to imagine. This was the accumulation of over 100,000 years, and there were countless precious materials of all types. There were many rare treasures that were unheard of, and they flickered with brilliance, causing one to be dazzled and almost lose oneself. There were mountains of origin stones, tens of thousands of years old ancient medicines, damaged sacred weapons, profound and immortal ancient scriptures, and mysterious ancient killing formations. This was a divine treasury. After conquering a clan of the desolate era, their wealth and collection were so dazzling that it was enough to make one petrified. They stood there in a daze. What legendary treasures! What immortal legacies! Compared to a clan of the ancients, all of them seemed shabby and incomparable. The barbarian warriors were all very simple, but at this time, they were also about to lose themselves. Many of them were in a trance. Compared to the wild beasts that accompanied them in the deep mountains and ancient ridges, what they saw in front of them was too extravagant and dreamy. Moreover, all of this belonged to them. It was just so unreal. They had long gotten used to living a primitive life of eating raw meat and drinking blood, walking through the mountains and forests. Now that they were being attacked by such a rare treasure, it left them feeling extremely bewildered. The barbarian king knitted his brows. He stood on top of a palace and roared, "Children, don't let your iron-like will waver because of what you see. I brought you here to fight for two reasons. One is to take revenge for our clansmen, and the other is to train the soldiers. Let everyone experience the baptism of blood and fire. Only then can you become a true barbarian warrior. Because in the future, we might have even more vicious battles to fight. This is only the prelude to a magnificent story. Everything is just a rehearsal, and we will use this battle to temper you." As these words came out, it was as if they were filled with wisdom, causing all the barbarian warriors to become vigilant. Their eyes regained clarity, and each and every one of them became solemn. Several ancient pines towered into the clouds. As the cold wind blew past, the pines rustled like the cries of the sea. In front of an old tree that resembled a horned dragon, there was a mottled stone hall. On display were the scriptures and secret manuals left behind by the experts of the Wang clan. Yi Fan stood in front of the window, earnestly studying an ancient scripture. For a moment he was immersed in a wondrous state, unable to extricate himself. Yan Yishi and Li Tian were also flipping through the books. The barbarian tribe leader was earnestly searching on the other side. The ground was a mess, and many ancient books had been destroyed. The Wang clan hurriedly retreated, wanting to destroy this place. However, they were discovered by the experts at the first moment. They did not succeed completely, and many ancient scrolls were left behind. Found it. After an unknown period of time, Yi Fan woke up with a start. He discovered that Li Tian, the barbarian tribe leader, Yan Yishi, and the others were all covered in blood. The barbarian king stood at the side with his stone axe in hand. His chest was heaving up and down. Evidently, he had used his saint weapon to block the attack. They opened up a mysterious ancient cave, and inside, there were several scriptures floating. An ancient scripture written by a human great sage. The first scripture was quickly taken by them. It was heavy in their hands, and no one knew what material it was made of. It seemed like gold, but not gold, and seemed like wood, but not wood. After opening the ancient book, they were immediately attracted. This was a scripture written by the Wang clan's founding ancestor. Inside, the highest secret technique of the clan was recorded. It was profound and unfathomable. This was definitely a great harvest. The scriptures of a human great sage could allow a clan to flourish to this day. The various profound mysteries within were worth a lifetime of study. Soon after, the other scriptures were also opened. They were left behind by several saints who had created their own scriptures, and they were also ancient scriptures. Not all saints could open up their own paths. Only a few exceptional geniuses could do so. However, those who could leave behind their orthodoxies were all extremely terrifying, and they elaborated on different great daos and secret techniques of the world. The last scroll caused a great commotion among them. All of their expressions became solemn, and even the barbarian king squeezed his way forward. The ancient chaos scripture. These 3 words seemed to have a strange magical power. It attracted their primordial spirits, wanting to enter it. This was an ancient scripture left behind by the ancient Chaos Emperor. When Wang Teng was young, he was once carried away by an immortal crane and obtained the inheritance of the ancient Chaos Emperor. There was no need to think too much to know that this was brought back by him. It was hard for them to calm down. They seriously flipped through it, and all of them felt some regret. Only the first 3 scrolls of the Sea of Reincarnation, Tao Palace, and 4 Extremes were missing. The 2 scrolls of Dragon Transformation and Immortal Foundation were also missing. There were also no world-shaking secret techniques created by the ancient Chaos Emperor. Up until now, Yi Fan didn't lack any cultivation techniques. What he desired the most was the final part of the ancient scripture left behind by the ancient Chaos Emperor. It was rumored that there were supreme forbidden techniques within. The barbarian race leader laughed. Those who were content would always be happy. After conquering a great clan of the desolate era, the treasures of over 100,000 years ago were all world-shaking spoils of war. There was nothing for him to feel pity about. Little brother Yi, take a look and make a copy of the scripture. The barbarian race leader spoke. Yi Fan, Li Tian, and Yen Ishi naturally wouldn't act pretentious. They walked up and earnestly studied the scripture. They didn't lack cultivation techniques, but they wanted to find something that could enlighten them. On this night, the flames of war soared into the sky all over the northern plains. War cries rang out incessantly. The Wang clan was a colossus with deep roots and flourishing branches. They had countless businesses and Dao halls all over the northern plains, but all of them had become targets. When they were at their peak, no one dared to provoke them, but now that they were flattened by the barbarian race, all of their enemies rushed out. The flames of war raged on in the northern plains. Even the great sects that had no enmity with the barbarian race made their move. Everything was for the sake of profit. All kinds of origin mines, cultivation treasured lands, auction houses with world-shaking materials, all of these places had become battlefields. Even the Wang clan's divine land had been uprooted, so how could the people of these places resist? Of course, the battle wouldn't end so quickly. It could be predicted that there would be all kinds of battles and pursuits for a long time to come. The Wang clan had been wiped out. On this night, a magnificent army entered the northern plains. The powers from other regions were definitely first-rate sects, or else they wouldn't have been able to fight across regions. Many people went straight for the Wang clan's divine land in order to obtain the greatest benefits. There were ancient scriptures, peerless holy weapons, and countless resources. Heavenly treasures, chariots, ancient ships, royal weapons, and ancient medicines were piled up into mountains. It was a peerless divine treasury. Not to mention swallowing everything, even a small portion of the soup was enough to benefit them endlessly. After all, the Wang clan was once an immortal clan. However, the great sects could only watch with jealousy. The barbarian race unceremoniously took out the human race's great sage's stone axe and hung it outside the divine land. Anyone who dared to charge in would definitely be hacked down. In addition, people learned of a terrifying fact. The Wang clan's sacred level immemorial beast was suppressed by the barbarian race. When they thought of this result, everyone was terrified. The great sects could only watch from afar. Not a single person dared to charge in. To be able to flatten an ancient clan, the strength of these armored horsemen was terrifying. No one wanted to touch bad luck. In the divine land, huge warships rose into the sky one after another and entered the realm gate. Each ship was filled with heavenly treasures, illuminating the world with their radiance. People were incomparably jealous, but no one dared to rob them. They could only stare blankly. Fortresses made of refined gold also rose into the sky. The powerful war tools left behind by the Wang clan were all taken by the barbarian race. Every ancient fortress was filled with origin stones, ancient medicines, weapons, and divine materials. This kind of harvest was unimaginable. They wouldn't be able to exhaust it no matter how many lifetimes passed. The barbarian king had once roared, telling the later generations not to lose their minds in material desires. However, at this moment, he couldn't help but sigh. The harvest was too great. Hundreds and thousands of ancient chariots, warships, and ancient castles rose into the sky, but they still couldn't transport all of these things. In the end, they had no choice but to collect them through the small world within the saint. The treasures that were like mountains and seas disappeared one after another. In the end, the barbarian king was very thorough. He moved all of the ancient palaces and foundations, collecting them into the stone axe. So fucking thorough. This is really scraping 3 feet of earth. No, it's 30 zhang of earth. Not even a strand of hair is left behind. In the distance, the great sects guarding the surroundings were all disappointed. Some couldn't help but grumble angrily, but they didn't dare to say it out loud. One day and one night later, the barbarian race army completely withdrew. Many great sects entered the divine land and began another carpet search. That was because the resources of the Jianghu families were too deep. Who knows, there might be some treasures left behind. These people could be said to have scraped the earth 300 zhang. They were even more thorough than the barbarian race army. What was shocking was that a few great sects really did dig out secret rooms and obtained many great treasures. In the southern mountains, Wang Teng went crazy. His hair was disheveled as he stood on top of an ancient emperor's chariot. His eyes were like those of a wild beast as he let out a mournful cry. His expression was incomparably sinister. He entered the southern mountains specifically to kill Yi Fan. Who would have thought that in one night, Yi Fan would lead the barbarian race army into the northern plains and flatten his clan? He really came back. On a precipice in the southern mountains, Li Xiaoman's white clothes fluttered in the wind. Her eyes were cold as she gazed into the distant northern plains. Little Yi, you led tens of thousands of armored cavalry to flatten a Jianghu family. In the eastern wasteland, Ji family's little moon's eyes flickered with light as she gazed into the distance. This accomplishment shook the world. Everyone was dumbfounded. It was unknown how many great powers were terrified, but Central Prefecture's Yin-Yang sect was the most fearful. In the northern region of the eastern wasteland, an ancient mountain was like a demonic wall that separated the 9 heavens and 10 earths. A man's figure was indistinct with his hands behind his back. He muttered to himself, "The human race's saint physique is somewhat interesting. It's worth it for me to kill him." Chapter 776. The Bone-Chilling Wind and the Bleeding Prairie. Half a month had passed, but the northern lands were still engulfed in the flames of war. All kinds of battles and pursuits were still going on. A colossus that had towered for more than 100,000 years completely collapsed. Several dozen to over 100 tigers and wolves rushed over, tearing and fighting over it, breaking it down. This was a blood-soaked scene. The divine land collapsed, and the clan was exterminated. The Wang family that had ruled the northern plains since the desolate antiquity era had become history. An even more complicated power structure was formed, and they all hunted down the Wang family that had fallen into the net. This was a tacit understanding. The new overlord would definitely trample over the bones of the previous overlord. If the descendants of the previous overlord were not completely wiped out, they would not be able to eat and sleep in peace. During this half a month, the whole world was shaken. The destruction of a desolate antiquity family had far-reaching effects. For ordinary people, this was like the overthrow of the ancient heaven. It was almost like a myth. Even the so-called immortal would reach its end one day. An inheritance that had accumulated power for a long time and could look down on the world had been severed just like that. His fall was so sudden that smoke and dust flooded the world. Half a month had passed, but people were still in a state of shock. This was a world-shocking wave that shook the whole world. The barbarian race cavalry was so powerful. Tens of thousands of them had entered the northern plains and destroyed a desolate antiquity family. This was the topic everyone talked about, and they were all excited. How many years had it been since such a major event had happened? In the post-desolate antiquity era, this was enough to be ranked among the most influential events. The name Yifan seemed to possess a strange power. After it spread throughout the 5 regions, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. After disappearing for 12 years, he had returned to this world. This in itself contained a shocking secret. Otherwise, how could he have returned? Only the great ancient emperors and the human race's great sage had this kind of ability. Moreover, not long after his return, he broke through in a fit of anger and led the barbarian race army into the northern plains. He flattened the Wang family's divine land and destroyed an ancient family. 12 years ago, the rumors of Yifan were mainly in the eastern wasteland and some parts of the central plains. Now, his achievements shook the whole world, and everyone in the 5 regions knew about him. From this day forth, there was not a single cultivator on this ancient planet who did not know of the name Yifan. Such a world-shaking battle had become an unreachable legend. Everyone was discussing this, the great sects were all thinking to themselves. The entire world was rising and falling with great waves. The power and terror of the barbarian race made the people of the world tremble, especially the sects of the southern mountains. They were all a bit scared. They actually didn't know that there was a group of barbarian warriors deep in the mountains. Perhaps, only the Demon King Palace knew that this frightening force had never been severed. It had always existed since ancient times, just that it was very low-key. It was hard for the world to know what kind of terrifying foundation the Wang family had, but the fact that they had a sacred-level archaic ancestral beast was already widely known. In this post-desolate era, saints were mostly legends and rarely seen. For there to be a living ancestral beast like this was just too shocking. It could definitely slaughter everything. However, even such a powerful barbarian army was suppressed by the barbarian army. One could well imagine how terrifying these barbarians were. Even the Holy Lands with extreme Dao Emperor weapons were horrified. The storm continued. Everywhere was in heated discussion, and the whole world was paying attention. Yifan's powerful return and the fact that he dared to uproot a desolate era family made the blood of many youngsters boil. Who didn't want to be successful when they were young and leave their name in history? Many people left their sects and began to walk in the world. This battle affected many aspects. According to the statistics of many great sects, the number of local expeditions increased by several times. It was as if the prelude to a chaotic era had begun. In the eastern wasteland, Yao Guang's saint child stood under a divine waterfall. His entire body was enveloped by 108 divine rings. Even his hair was golden, and his eyes were as deep as the ocean as he gazed at the distant northern plains. In the northern region, many archaic imperial clans appeared, making many great powers restless. They felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles, and they wanted nothing more than to move their clans. In the Jiang family, Jiang Yifei's clothes were as white as snow. His face was like jade, and his black eyes contained wisdom. He was elegant and handsome. At this moment, he was standing on a towering mountain that reached the clouds. He muttered to himself, Yuan Gu might make a move, and Huang Shudao most likely won't leave the mountain. In the divine city, a Taoist with disheveled hair wore a tattered Taoist robe. He was drunk and said, "Who am I? Who is the divine body? And who are all of you?" He pointed at the people around him. Everyone retreated in horror, as if they were avoiding ghosts and gods. They fled in all directions. He is the divine silkworm Taoist. Everyone only had this sentence to remind everyone they knew. They all ran far away, and not a single person dared to stay behind. Fire Qilin Child pays his respects to the secret land of the past. Outside Origin Ancient Mine, a figure stood alone. He was like an undying great mountain that had existed since ancient times. The pressure he gave off made it hard for others to breathe, and the heavens were about to collapse. He had already stood in front of Origin Ancient Mine for 7 days without taking a single step inside. In the end, he turned around and left. It was as if he had merged with the great Tao of heaven and earth, disappearing into the horizon. Southern mountains, on a beautiful mountain peak, a silver waterfall poured down. Green pines were verdant, strange rocks stood tall, and flowers bloomed like a brocade. There was a male who was aloof and otherworldly, handsome and flawless like an exiled immortal. His blue clothes fluttered about as he sat on a stone cliff. His 10 fingers nimbly moved across a zither, playing a heavenly melody. In his surroundings, hundreds of birds worshipped him, descending one after another. All types of flowers bloomed just for him, fragrance wafting through the air, flower petals sparkling. The final zither string descended, releasing a rumbling sound. It was different from all of the wonderful sounds from before. An enormous black hole appeared in the sky, terrifying beyond compare, completely devouring the mountain ridge below. Divine Body Source, I've waited for 12 years. You've finally returned. Hua Yunfei said calmly, and then he stood up. On a cliff several thousand li out, a white-clothed beauty sat there. There were 365 golden whirlpools swirling around her body, every single one of them containing a golden deity, sinister and terrifying. After a long time, she opened her eyes and shot out 2 dazzling beams of light, dyeing the flowers all over the mountain with a layer of golden light. It was incomparably resplendent and beautiful, but in the blink of an eye, they all turned into fine powder with a popping sound. The Yin-Yang sect of the Central Plains was all silent. The earth-shattering, unforeseen event that happened recently made them restless. Many disciples were even more frightened. Yi Fan, this demon, had returned and actually attacked an ancient clan. If he led the barbarian cavalry here, how could they resist? Every young disciple was scared. Of course, there were also great sects that were sharpening their blades, preparing to kill Yi Fan. The divine sons and daughters of the 2 ancient assassin dynasties had long since entered the southern mountains. As soon as Yi Fan appeared, they would launch a thunderous attack. The divine sons of the past dared to kill the various kings head-on. Moreover, they had always walked in the shadows and were famous for their assassinations. Prove the Tao through killing, achieve immortality. In the depths of the southern mountains, 2 illusory figures shouted at the same time. Then, who knew how many mountains and ridges around them collapsed and turned into stone powder? A shocking murderous intent shook the heavens and spread throughout the vast wilderness. It was incomparably terrifying. Then, the man and woman went their separate ways and disappeared. The southern mountains barbarian tribe was still the same during this half a month. Ancient trees covered the sky, and above the tribe, ferocious birds were circling like dragons. It was a prehistoric scene. During these days, there was a continuous stream of visits from great sections. The battle in the northern plains had shaken the world, and all the major powers were trembling in fear. All of them wanted to know the truth. The barbarians had their own way of doing things, so most of them didn't see them. But today, they made an exception and received a group of esteemed guests from the eastern barbarian Ji clan. That brat really didn't come back with us. He stayed in the northern plains and will appear after a while, an old man from the barbarian tribe explained. Ji Ziyue wrinkled her nose and said discontentedly, "What is he doing?" Little Yi wants to find Tu Fei. It's been 16 or 17 years. He was teleported to the northern plains, and we haven't heard from him since. Inside a big ice block, Li Heishui was corroded by the dark light. His wounds were getting worse. All right, I'll wait here for him to come back. Ji Ziyue supported her chin, sitting on a stone platform and watching the prehistoric creatures. Her crescent eyes blinked curiously. Don't worry. Big brother Yi will come back. He said he would take me to kill Zi Tiandu to take revenge for my brother. Dongfang Man smiled honestly. The bleak moonlight, the cold wind, the bleak prairie, the blood-stained future, and the end of the hero. Yi Fan hadn't left the northern plains yet. He was traveling with Yan Ishi and Li Tian. They saw many battles. Armies from different places had entered the northern plains, slaughtering unceasingly. The slaughter was coming to an end. During these days, they had killed some powerful enemies. They were all the top experts who had escaped from the Wang family. Tu Fei, where have you been? Which corner did the Black Emperor teleport you to? Yi Fan wanted to find this old friend. Pang Bo and Monkey were still alive. They didn't know where they had gone. The others had received bad news, and they had to wait for the cruel confirmation. No one was chasing after them, but they couldn't find Yi Fan. At this moment, all the enemies were focusing on him. They must be preparing to kill him. Thus, he didn't hurry to go back. If he wanted to find his old friend, he had to consider everything carefully. He needed to search slowly. The bright moon hung high in the sky. The wild grass on the prairie was taller than a human. It was a barren area. Under the moonlight, a lone wolf howled at the moon, echoing far away. Yi Fan's group of 3 walked through the vast prairie. They visited many ancient sects and learned many local customs. Dong! An explosion reverberated under the moonlight. It was like the ringing of a giant bell. Wild grass was everywhere. There was no sign of human habitation for hundreds of thousands of miles. This area was even more desolate. The grass was as tall as 2 to 3 meters. How could such a sound come from there? Yi Fan's group dashed forward. After more than 100 miles, they saw a majestic, ancient temple in front of them. It was covered in a holy halo. It was a mysterious scene. Under the moonlight, the vast prairie was endless and desolate. Only the howling of the wolf could be heard. It was strange to see such a holy temple. Western Deserts Buddhism had come to the northern plains many years ago to spread their teachings. Is this a holy temple that they had left behind? According to legends, one of the top 10 disciples of Amitabha had come to the northern plains to spread his teachings. Yi Fan was surprised. The ancient temple was majestic and sacred. Although it was night, it was covered in a golden halo. The long, resonant bell came from the temple. When they pushed open the ancient temple door and entered the courtyard, they immediately felt a majestic and solemn atmosphere. There was the power of Buddhism surging. Suddenly Yi Fan was stunned. The moment he stepped into the temple, he was petrified. He saw a familiar figure, a peerless beauty. Esteemed guest has come from afar. This servant is in Miaoi. I play the zither under the moonlight. A peerless beauty was sitting in the temple. Her smile could topple cities, and her smile could topple countries. Miaoi! Yi Fan cried out involuntarily. You recognize me, but I don't recognize you anymore. That means you are the person I have been waiting for. This beautiful woman in snow-white clothes smiled brilliantly, but it made Yi Fan's heart tremble. It was hard to understand what he was feeling. You don't recognize me? He asked. I don't recognize you anymore. This woman's smile made Yi Fan's heart tremble. Chapter 777. Under the cold moonlight, the vast earth was completely desolate. Only the lone wolf was sorrowful, whimpering in the desolate grassland. In this kind of environment, a majestic ancient temple stood. It was dyed in golden radiance, sacred and dignified, vast and righteous. It was indescribably mysterious. Within the main hall, a green lamp accompanied an ancient Buddha. And Miaoi sat cross-legged on a praying mat. Her jade-like face always had a smile on it. Her slender jade-like fingers nimbly plucked the strings of the zither, producing mysterious notes that rang out. Why don't you recognize me? Yi Fan walked forward, his steps light and slow. At this moment, he no longer had the sharpness he had when he swept through the ancient family. Ding! A bell rang out from the depths of the temple. The sound traveled for hundreds of miles, causing the entire grassland to tremble. Yi Fan stopped, resisting this sound wave. At this moment, a Buddhist light appeared behind Miaoi's head, making her white clothes seem even cleaner. At this moment, she looked like a bodhisattva, holy and lofty. Her fine black hair fluttered in the wind, each strand sparkling. A divine ring protected her body, making her look even more dignified. Although she was smiling brilliantly, it made others feel that her heart was far away. Miaoi, why don't you recognize me? Yi Fan softly asked. It's been more than 10 years since we last met. Yesterday is like water that can't be left behind. Flowers will bloom once more, and geese will return once more. If I look back, will I still be the same? There was a layer of mist in Miaoi's eyes, but she was still smiling. There was a stunning radiance flowing within her eyes. Yi Fan's heart trembled. During his most difficult time, everyone was waiting to see him become a joke. They all thought that the divine body was fated to be unable to break the curse. Only Miaoi firmly believed that he could succeed. Not only that, she even gambled herself. During that period of time, she was the only one who gambled her entire life. I'm still me. I've never changed. Yi Fan walked forward with large strides. He seriously looked at her, wanting to approach her. However, the bell rang out once more. The divine ring behind Miaoi's head became even more resplendent. Buddhist light shone brightly, making it seem holy and otherworldly. Time cannot be turned back. There's never a path of return. Once we take a step forward, we can only move forward. And Miaoi smiled. Her gaze was gentle, but it felt even more distant. 12 years ago, Yi Fan left without even turning his head back. He didn't even have the chance to say goodbye to this woman. Thinking back to the past, he couldn't help but be absent-minded. Even if we move forward, the person and the heart remain the same. In the past, when Yi Fan succeeded in breaking the curse, he was injured by the Great Tao. He did not have much time left, and there was no hope for his future. He was mocked and ridiculed. A mere successor of the Five Elements Palace dared to speak rudely to him. During that period of time, in order to help him recover, Miaoi searched everywhere for elixirs. She even gave him the Buddhist Nirvana scripture, and even performed dual cultivation to heal his injuries. It was impossible for him to forget all of this. Miaoi, I know you still remember me. Yi Fan slowly walked forward and said softly. During this process, it was rare that Li Tian did not say a single word. Together with Yen Ishi, he stood at the entrance of the hall, silently observing everything. And Miaoi smiled. Her beauty was dazzling, and there was a type of undying divine splendor blossoming. However, Yi Fan felt that it was becoming more and more out of reach. I have long since forgotten you. These words were very soft, but it caused Yi Fan's heart to tremble. Ever since he came to this world, he was used to seeing life and death, struggling for survival, and cultivating for the sake of becoming stronger. He did not have any personal entanglements, he only felt moved. But now, after hearing these words, he felt a sourness in the depths of his heart. It was as if his heart was suddenly entangled. If you don't know me, why are you still the same? If one looks back, are you still the same? I'm talking about myself. Once I take a step forward, there is no turning back. And Miaoi's voice was very soft. Her delicate fingers plucked the strings of the zither, playing the beautiful melody of nature. Her voice lingered over the vast prairie, and under the cold night sky, it was exceptionally serene. What are you saying? Yi Fan walked forward in large strides, arriving beside her. And Miaoi smiled. Her black hair hung down, smooth like silk. She exuded an astonishing beauty as she said, "She has waited for you for many years, yet we have never met." Who is she? Yi Fan asked with a trembling voice. You know who she is? And Miaoi's expression was gentle, and her voice became even softer. Her eyes were filled with tears. She is you. Yi Fan said. Wrong. She was me in the past, but now, I am no longer her. And Miaoi smiled, but her tears were about to fall. Why do you say that? Yi Fan's heart trembled. And Miaoi flung her black hair, causing it to dance in the air. Her face was filled with a holy light. She was laughing loudly, but her tears fell down and were hidden in her hair. Because that she is no longer here. Now there is only me and I no longer know you. At this moment her voice turned cold. Miaoi. Yi Fan walked forward, wanting to grab her arm and approach her. However, and Miaoi gently plucked the strings of the zither, and a great bell rang from the depths of the temple. Buddhist light blazed behind her, and one could vaguely see the benevolence of a great Buddha. Yi Fan couldn't get close. If he wanted to get close, he could only use force. A domain blocked his path. I waited here for you only to see her one last time and fulfill her final wish. The Buddhist light behind Miaoi was boundless, solemn, and inviolable. There was no trace of that momentary gentleness. What you and her? There is only one Miaoyi in this world. No matter who she is, no matter what, I will find her and change her back. Yi Fan's voice was sonorous, and his steps were firm. He opened up the golden sacred domain and strode forward. Could it be that you want to attack me? And Miaoyi asked calmly. There is only one Miaoyi in this world. In order to bring her back, I'm sorry, but I have to offend you. Yi Fan was very domineering. He raised his hand and pointed forward. Bang! Buddhist light flickered as an Miaoyi blocked this attack. She then retreated as light as a feather, and like a female bodhisattva, she sat cross-legged on a lotus platform with a dignified appearance. The great bell rumbled like a Buddhist chant, shaking the heaven and earth. It was as if a basin of clear water had been poured over one's head. Bang! Bang! The two exchanged blows in the hall, their speed faster than lightning. Secret techniques and Tao methods surged together, attacking in all directions. The golden sacred domain was resplendent, and the Buddhist light was also boundless. They continuously clashed. Even though it wasn't a life-and-death battle, only a small-scale confrontation, it was still remarkable. There were many areas that made one sigh in admiration. It was extremely extraordinary. Chi! A streak of multicolored light tore through the sky. They flew out of the temple and fought on the desolate prairie, leaving behind streak after streak of brilliant splendor in the night sky. Yi Brat, do you need us to take action and blast her down with that holy weapon? Li Tian cried out strangely. You're still joking even now. Let them fight, don't randomly get involved. Yen Ishi glared at him. I knew a long time ago that no one would die if they fought like this. Yi Brat is reluctant. Li Tian mumbled. Yi Fan fought a great battle against an Miaoyi. The two fought from the sky to the ground, and then into a large lake. He couldn't be too heavy-handed, but he was still extremely shocked. This was the first time Yi Fan saw an Miaoyi take action. In the past, he had never seen her display her cultivation, yet she was so powerful that even he was stunned. 4 hours passed. Yi Fan frowned, displaying his terrifying strength. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to subdue this enchanting beauty. This woman is too powerful. Damn it, she has touched upon the threshold of the 3/Dao. If Yi Brat is the slightest bit careless, he might be injured by her. Li Tian's expression was grave. Indeed terrifying, to actually have this level of cultivation. She is an extraordinary woman. Yen Ishi nodded. Bang, bang, another 2 hours passed. Yi Fan continuously unleashed heavy blows. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist suppressed everything, the battle saint technique deduced the Taiji, and the golden sacred domain descended, capturing an Miaoyi alive, imprisoning her within an expanse of golden light. This was a beautiful body. Black hair hung down, her swan-like neck snow-white and exquisite. Her face was dreamlike and illusory, full of spirituality. Miaoyi, what's wrong with you exactly? Yi Fan sent out his powerful divine sense, gushing into her immortal foundation, wanting to get to the bottom of this. A new battle began. This was a battle of divine sense. And Miaoyi's body glowed with Buddhic light. Her divine sense was like that of a female bodhisattva, incomparably powerful. This was a collision of Taos. Auspicious qi descended from the heavens, auspicious light gushed forth from the earth, lotus flowers filled the air, the feeling of gods, the 5 notes of Taoism, the wondrous words of Buddhism, all of them rumbled. This was a resplendent little world. The battle between the two of them interweaved into one scene after another. Bang! Finally, Yi Fan descended from the sky. At the instant when he didn't injure an Miaoyi, he used his own primordial spirit to suppress her divine sense. A light laughter drifted over. A familiar and moving voice containing magnetism rang out, incomparably gentle. Little man, you have returned. You are truly getting more and more powerful. Miaoyi. Yi Fan released her and quietly stared at this young woman with misty starry eyes. Compared to earlier, she was even more breathtaking. There was an additional gentleness to her as their hearts grew closer. Who would have thought that we would still be able to meet again? Seems like my obsession is very deep and I have such great strength that she has no choice but to compromise. And Miaoi's smile was very sweet, her eyes were intoxicating, a smile that could topple cities. What are you talking about? Who is she? Yi Fan stared at her in a daze. She is me. A me who severed you, severed a part of me. And Miaoi smiled. Her words sounded awkward, but Yi Fan instantly understood. 3 immortal slashes. You actually chose to sever everything related to me. Wrong, you chose to sever a part of yourself, erasing everything related to me. You have already left this world, not even turning your head back. Do you want me to wallow in my memories? And Miaoi's smile was extremely moving, but there was also a trace of self-pity in it. Yi Fan felt bitter in his heart. This was a young woman who appeared extremely charming, but her heart was sometimes filled with arrogance, and might even be a little unyielding. He could still clearly remember Miaoi's resolute words in the past. If my life is in chaos, I will fall into depravity in the mortal world. If there comes a day when I become an emperor, I will definitely kill everyone related to me, cleansing my life of glory and humiliation. He stared fixedly at this young woman and didn't speak for a long time. Only when a gust of wind blew did he wake up. You've touched upon the 3rd stage of the 3 immortal slashes? There's no need to be shocked. Many people are stuck here, unable to step past it. Many people have to use their entire lives to sever their Daos. As she spoke until here, and Miaoi laughed. This little man is still the most awesome, catching up step by step and catching up to me. Over 10 years have passed, and although Wang Ting has become even more terrifying, he is still stuck outside the door of the 3 immortal slashes. He has no way to fight against you, a character on the 8th minor step of the 2nd layer of Immortal Foundation. The 3rd stage of the 3 immortal slashes, severing the path of a cultivator. There would be no more paths to seek. Many people struggled their entire lives but were unable to advance an inch. At this stage, there wasn't much difference between cultivating for 10 years and 1,000 years. If one could comprehend it, if one had great willpower, they might be able to break through in a single day. But if one didn't understand it, they would be stuck here for the rest of their lives. The 3rd stage of the 3 immortal slashes, severing the path of a cultivator. The 3rd stage of the 3 immortal slashes, severing the path of a cultivator. Humans could also sever their Daos, severing the thoughts in their hearts, severing everything, severing their own Daos. To sever one's Dao, you actually made such a choice? Yi Fan stared at that flawless countenance. And Miaoi had a radiant smile on her face. She came before him and spoke. If I fail, everything will turn to smoke. If I succeed, 10 years or 100 years later, I will step into the 3rd stage of the 3 immortal slashes and everything will return to me. Yi Fan stretched his hand out, caressing her jade-like face as he spoke in a light voice. How can you disappear with the wind, turning to smoke? I promised you before that I would be your Dao protector and would definitely help you succeed. At the very least, you would become a female sage. Oi, there are still 2 living humans below. Oh right, there's also a child. Don't be so overboard, okay? Li Tian released Little Tong. The moment Little Tong appeared, he bawled, "Lecherous uncle, go and let others step on dog shit. I don't want to learn cultivation from you, I don't want to step on you." Damn, this child is so unlikable. Master! Tong Tong cried loudly when he saw Yi Fan pulling Miaoi away. Forget it, don't shout anymore. We can't spoil the mood and follow them at this moment. Li Tian patted his head. Chapter 778. The night moon was cold and the land was vast and empty. Only when the wind blew past would there be rustling sounds. Under the dim light of the night, one couldn't see too clearly. The grassland rose and fell like the sea, extending to the ends of the earth. In this cold night, in this vast and desolate land, 2 figures walked side by side, like a pair of exiled immortals, strolling under the moonlight on the endless grassland. There was no sign of human habitation for hundreds of thousands of miles. Occasionally, a lone wolf could be seen howling at the moon, swallowing the essence of the moon and refining the demonic core. There was nothing else. Yi Fan and Miaoi didn't speak. They floated in the air, feeling a kind of emptiness and gentleness. No longer distant, no longer cold, no longer pushing people thousands of miles away. Right now, there was a hazy light connecting them, as if they had become one. I want to go to the western desert again. After a long time, Miaoi softly said. Her black hair draped over her shoulders, making her jade-like cheeks seem even fairer and more sparkling. But, isn't it good to stay? Yi Fan asked. My Tao is in the western desert. I have to walk my own path. To reach perfection, I have to personally experience it. And Miaoi was graceful and elegant. Under the cold moonlight, she seemed to be riding the wind and returning to the heavens. How can I be at ease if you go all the way to the west? I said I would protect you. How can I let you go alone? Yi Fan calmly looked at her. I have to walk my own Tao. If I need your help even for the 3 slashes of the immortal Tao, then what qualifications do I have to step onto the long path of cultivation? I am not a burden. At this point, Miaoi chuckled, and the entire serene night was lit up for a moment. She exuded an astonishing beauty, and her graceful body was flowing with a layer of holy radiance. She said, wait until your divine physique is complete, or even complete, then you can be my Tao protector. Yi Fan stared at her in a daze, not knowing what to say. This was a woman that could move one's heart. She was very stunning. There were many things that didn't need to be said to be understood. The path of cultivation is full of unpredictability, especially at the 3 slashes of the immortal Tao. Even the most stunning person could encounter an accident. In the past, some of the human race's great sage even narrowly escaped death, making it through with great difficulty, almost killing himself. Yi Fan said, this trial was filled with variables, and it was extremely complicated. The Tao trial one had to clear was extremely difficult, and the stakes were too great. It was rumored that even an ancient great emperor almost died at this trial when he was young. Different experiences, different encounters, and so would severing one's Tao. Innate talents and talents might not be of help, and might even become hindrances. Little man, are you worried about me? And Miaoi smiled sweetly. Her eyes flickered with the light of wisdom as she said, in the end, you have to pass this trial yourself. As it concerns your future, you can only rely on yourself to experience it. When Yi Fan saw how persistent she was, he was shocked. Although it was not absolute, some amazing people might encounter more resistance. You should stay. I won't make a move unless it's a critical moment. And Miaoi shook her head and said firmly, my Tao fruit is in the western desert. I can only go there. You don't need to worry. Yi Fan wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. This trial of Immortal 3 was truly special. In the ancient times, there were a few heaven-defying geniuses who were said to be on the same level as the young great emperors of the past, and some even surpassed them. However, they all fell at this trial, and their deaths were engraved in the history books. Sometimes, people would wonder if there would be a few more great emperors if they could pass this trial. However, there were no ifs. Once they failed, no matter how amazing they were in the past, it would all turn to dust. The 2 of them no longer spoke and fell silent. They walked on the desolate prairie, their clothes fluttering in the wind, like a celestial couple. Do you believe in the afterlife? After an unknown period of time, Miaoi suddenly asked. Why do you ask? Yi Fan looked at her. Buddhism speaks of suffering in this life to cultivate the afterlife, and Miaoi said. Who can say for sure about the afterlife? Have you seen the reincarnation of an ancient great emperor before? Even such a person never appeared again. How can you believe it? How do you know that the ancient great emperor didn't prove his path in that life because of the past? And Miaoi smiled and said, aren't you a dual cultivator of Buddhism and Taoism? Buddhism speaks of the afterlife, and Taoism focuses on the present. Don't think too much about it. Yi Fan's expression was solemn. You should know that there are gods in the holy Ji Palace. They all say that the past me is chanting for the present, illuminating the present. I feel like I have comprehended the past me, so I believe in the future me a little, and Miaoi smiled and said, there were 5 major secret realms in the human body, and when any secret realm was cultivated to the extreme, it would have the ability to penetrate the heavens and the earth. Many ancient sages specialized in one secret realm. The Holy Ji Palace was the second major secret realm of the human body. Yi Fan had also been lost here before. He once heard the past me chanting for the present, and some people said that it was the Tao self, comprehending the rules of heaven and earth. Don't think too much about it, Yi Fan said to her. The woman before him made him feel a little ethereal, afraid that once she left, he would never see her again. Unknowingly, they came before a huge mountain. There were very few mountains on the grassland, and it was a flat stretch of land. But when they did see one, they were all towering. On the cliffs, there was the fragrance of orchids, flowers blooming, and dragon grass swaying in the wind, filling the air with a sweet fragrance. Look at those flowers. When the autumn wind comes, they all return to their roots and become mud. But after the spring rain, when the flowers bloom again, people might be like this, and Miaoyi said softly. What's wrong with you? Did you sense something? Yi Fan suddenly turned around and stared at her. And Miaoyi's black hair danced in the wind, her skin sparkling and translucent. Her forehead was white, and her eyes were spirited. Her figure was slender and graceful, and she was like a goddess, bright and breathtaking. At this moment, she was clearly standing in front of him, but she seemed very far away. Her voice was ethereal as she said, "If I really die, you can just treat it as watching a beautiful rain of flowers bloom and then wither." Why do you say that? Yi Fan grabbed her fragrant shoulder. Don't worry. Maybe after 10 lives, 100 lives, I will reappear. Just like a withered flower, there is still a day when it will bloom again. One day, it will still be beautiful in this world. The prerequisite is that you can prove your Tao. Only then can you wait for that day. Maybe you will see a familiar flower blooming again. And Miaoyi's smile was very brilliant, but it made people feel sad. What are you talking about? Don't think about these things. What afterlife? Past. As long as I am unrivaled in this world, all karma, all Buddhist teachings, I will destroy them all. Yi Fan said. Little men are so domineering. I also hope that you are unrivaled in this world. What entanglement, what fate with Buddha, what chaotic results, I will destroy all of them with one strike and completely crush them. And Miaoyi smiled. She was like a blossoming immortal flower, and it was precisely when she was beautiful and moving. The two of them climbed the mountain step by step. They didn't speak for a long time as they slowly climbed up. They didn't use magic power to advance, and they were like mortals ascending the mountain. Little man, you don't need to worry about me. Just treat it as me talking nonsense. And Miaoyi's laughter echoed through the mountains, pleasing to the ears. Why did you choose this path? Yi Fan asked. There are millions of Taos, but for everyone, there are only two, right and wrong. And Miaoyi calmly replied. Is there a bodhisattva or Buddha guiding you on the path ahead? Yi Fan asked. He then looked towards the western desert and said, All right then. When I am unrivaled in this world, I will go there and shatter all karma with my fists. I will ascend Mount Meru and take a look. Let's not talk about these things. The future is too far away. Instead of focusing on the present, it is better to focus on the past. And Miaoyi's smile was extremely moving. Her eyes were like two pools of water, so gentle that they could melt refined steel. They ascended the mountain. Mist pervaded the air in front of them. It was actually a hot spring, gurgling and flowing, forming a pool in front of them. It was like a celestial lake, dense steam rising. Not far away, wild flowers bloomed brilliantly, blooming everywhere. They were of all colors, beautiful purples and beautiful reds, exceptionally colorful and fragrant. It made one feel refreshed, as if they had ascended to a celestial realm. And Miaoyi stood at the peak of the mountain. With a turn, she began to dance in an agile manner. She was like a goddess of the moon dancing, graceful and graceful. Her black hair was beautiful, her appearance shocking. Her large eyes were intelligent, her skin was like cream, and her neck was as white as a swan's. She was like a fairy under the moonlight, so beautiful that it was suffocating. Her curves were graceful, her white dress unable to conceal her full twin peaks. Her slender waist was small, and her slender and straight jade-like legs were slender. As she danced, she carried with her a type of beauty that could bring disaster to the world. Her figure was extremely beautiful. When she was agile, she was like a goddess from the 9 heavens, untainted by the smoke and fire of the mortal world. When she was tender and beautiful, a single glance and a smile from her would cause all living things to go crazy. This ancient calamity-level woman was breathtaking. She was so beautiful that not a single flaw could be found, making one suspect that she was the most perfect masterpiece of the heavens. She danced under the moonlight and then sang. Her wonderful voice lingered in the ears, and her charm was boundless, making one feel intoxicated. "Little man, I'm leaving." Lightly landing on the ground, and Miaowie turned around and was about to ride the wind to leave. She said, "She's coming back, I don't have much time left." Yi Fan pulled her back. He didn't say anything, only watching her. And Miaowie immediately began to chuckle. Her eyes were bewitching, moving people's hearts. With a turn, the two of them were stuck together. Under the moonlight, beside the hot spring that was filled with water vapor, their snow-white clothes were like flowers, fluttering in the wind. This was a pure white and lustrous body, flickering with a sparkling luster under the moonlight. Every inch of it was flowing with radiance, looking extremely holy. However, when Miaowie smiled, it could be said to be a smile that could topple a city, indescribably moving. Her appearance that could cause all living things to go crazy clashed with her holiness, very contradictory. She was as pure as a goddess, yet also had the charm of falling into the mortal world. Her pure white jade-like body was like a water snake, twisting nimbly, causing one's blood to surge. The two of them merged together. Under the moonlight, they were like a pair of celestial companions. The water vapor in the hot spring was hazy, and a pair of figures could be vaguely seen. This was a paradise. Sparkling petals fluttered in the wind, submerging the entire hot spring, turning this place into a land of spiritual desire. A gentle breeze blew past, and when the mist dispersed, a snow-white body like ivory and a strong physique that flickered with a precious bronze splendor could be seen entangled. The silver moon moved to the west. After an unknown amount of time, the hot spring became quiet. The two bodies were side by side, looking up at the starry sky, not saying anything for a long time. Another hour passed, and Miaowie's entire body was sparkling, pure and flawless. She nimbly turned around and flew into the air. A snow-white dress fell down, covering her wonderful jade-like body. Yi Fan also stood up and looked at her quietly, feeling that they were very far apart. A sparkling and translucent flower bud floated down and landed on Miaowie's slender jade-like fingers, making her seem even more ethereal and otherworldly, noble, yet faintly discernible and distant. Flowers will bloom again, and people will return. When you look back, your heart will remain the same. Even if the flower wilts, after 10 lifetimes, or 100 lifetimes, we will still meet again. If you want to prove your Tao, use your heart to look at that flower that seems familiar. And Miaowie smiled amidst the rain of flowers, carefree and natural. She left just like that, but it caused Yi Fan's heart to tremble. That magnificent silhouette was forever imprinted in his heart. And Miaowie, who was far away, was like a smiling deity. That smile of hers, that touching moment, became an eternal picture. Chapter 779. The silver moon slanted to the west and the mountain wind blew. The fragrance of orchids wafted through the air as the beauty left, leaving behind a beautiful silhouette as she disappeared into the horizon. A smile on a flower, a meeting after 10 lifetimes, 100 lifetimes. When Buddha spoke of fate, was it the moment of looking back or the endless distance? Eternity or an instant? I am undefeatable in this world. What karma, what entanglement, what karma, I will destroy all of it. Yi Fan did not believe in the afterlife and only believed in this life. This was not only the difference between Tao and Buddha, but also his own belief. All of this can be broken through. I have the power to fight the heavens, I have the heaven-defying merit. Nothing will be a problem. Although he said this, his heart still palpitated for a moment. In this world, there were many things and people that could not be solved with power. My master is in the present, why should I fear the future? In the end, he made up his mind. Fearless, he looked into the distance as if he could see through the sky. In the east, the first rays of the morning sun appeared, cutting through the mist and shining on the prairie. The mist stirred and the whole prairie was covered in a layer of water vapor that shone with all kinds of colors under the sunlight. Dong! The bell rang and the grand ancient temple became even more solemn and sacred. It was like an immortal monument standing there quietly, giving off a vast and inviolable sense of solemnity. In the morning sun, the ancient temple was no longer glowing by itself. Instead, it was dyed with a layer of golden light as if there was a great Buddha sitting inside. Yi Fan returned and saw a shocking scene. Yen Ishi, Li Tian, and little Tong Tong were standing in front of the temple, motionless as if they were in a meditative state. Comprehending the Tao, entering the Tao with their divine sense, and entering the ancient temple with their hearts, these were the states the three were in. What surprised Yi Fan was that little Tong Tong was also in a daze. This ancient temple was not ordinary and was left behind by a saint. There were mysterious marks circulating inside, making people feel as if they were in an abyss or a vast ocean, as if they were in another world. The ancient temple of a saint must have been left behind by a disciple of Buddha, Yi Fan said to himself. It was rumored that Amitabha's fifth disciple had once entered northern plains to spread Buddhism and preach in the northern lands. In the end, he died in meditation in the vast grassland, leaving behind an immortal ancient temple that stored supreme Buddhism. Not long after, Li Tianxing turned around and muttered to himself, "How strange. That bodhisattva is so beautiful, but there's no way to get close to her." Yi Fan really wanted to give him a slap. This guy was really too evil. He even wanted to blaspheme the mark of a bodhisattva. Don't use your complicated thoughts to measure my pure and true nature. I'm just reminiscing about the Tao realm just now. Nothing else, Li Tian said. I didn't say anything. Are you confessing? Yi Fan smiled. Li Tian said, Tell me, what did you do last night? Where is she? Why didn't she come back with you? This girl is on par with Jianghu. Boo! Uncle Pervert, please let me go. I really hate you. At this moment little Tong Tong also woke up and bawled. This child is getting more and more unlikable. Even a romantic and elegant person like me is always beaten by him. Li Tian glanced at the little guy. Yen Ishi stood in front of the temple, still not moving. He seemed to be connected to the ancient temple. He was enveloped by the golden morning glow and entered the Tao. Brother Yen seems to have learned something, Yi Fan said. The owner of this temple was undoubtedly a saint. He did not leave a word and was free and unrestrained. The saint's Tao is of a high temperament. It suits a carefree pervert like my senior brother. Just like how he never touched a single leaf in a field of flowers, they are all the same. Li Tian curled his lips. After a long time, Yen Ishi woke up with a solemn expression. He said that he touched a vague Tao but could not accurately capture it. Junior brother, use your heart to feel it. There is a Tao here that is similar to my sex. You must get it. Are you sure that it is on par with the Tao of human desires? Li Tian was shocked. Yen Ishi nodded. Yi Fan came to a sudden realization. And Miaoyi must have attached great importance to this Tao. There was indeed a method they needed. Perhaps it really was a great fortune. This time, they entered the temple side by side. They stopped at every corner and used their hearts to feel it. Yi Fan was no exception. Dong, an ancient bell rumbled. There was a large bronze bell at the back of the temple. It was ringing without anyone pushing it and was covered in rust. Unfortunately, it is not a saint's weapon. It is just an ordinary bell and not a weapon. That's not right. This bell has been blessed by a saint and contains Buddhist light. Otherwise, it would not have existed in this world for so long. The few of them noticed the abnormality. They carefully pondered and extended their divine senses to feel it. However, they were disappointed in the end and did not obtain anything. This seemed to be an ancient bell that was frequently blessed by a saint and personally struck. There were no divine patterns of laws left behind. There were great Buddhas in every temple. Li Tian and Yen Ishi finally found the source. They stared at the ancient Buddha in the center that had lost its gilding and was only mottled with green rust. Soon, they entered a meditative state and immersed themselves in a kind of lofty Tao realm. They were unable to extricate themselves and soon obtained a flawless Dao art. Yi Fan did not go anywhere else. He stood in front of the ancient bell and after an unknown period of time, he suddenly punched out. Dong! The bell was deafening. The entire grand ancient temple trembled as if it was about to collapse. Inside the main hall, Yan Yishi and Li Tian were shocked. Little Tong Tong hurriedly covered his ears and hid in the divine light emitted by Li Tian. What is little brat Yi doing? He did not shatter that ancient bell with one punch. It is definitely not an ordinary item. That is a punch of a saint physique. Yan Yishi was shocked. Dong! Yi Fan punched out again. Golden blood chi soared into the sky. The big bell suddenly burst forth with endless Buddhist light and emitted an even louder sound that traveled thousands of miles. All the grass in the endless grassland was flattened and turned into a green carpet under the sound waves. A few lakes also surged with waves. Break for me! Yi Fan roared and punched again. The big bell immediately cracked, and Buddhist light soared into the sky, drowning the entire land. Wastrel, this is a treasure of Buddhism. He broke it. Li Tian stomped his feet. Buzz! At this moment, a great Buddha emerged from the cracked bronze bell. It was vivid and lifelike in the golden light. It was solemn and dignified as it sat there cross-legged. Retreat! Yi Fan shouted and took out his damaged saint weapon, the purple golden hammer. Li Tian and Yan Yishi felt their hair stand on end. They grabbed little Tong Tong and turned to leave, disappearing from the main hall in an instant. Ah! A Zen sound that wasn't very loud but spread throughout the grassland crossed the barrier of time and space, shaking the surroundings. The entire ancient temple was annihilated without a sound. This ancient sound collided with the purple golden hammer in Yi Fan's hand, producing a crisp crack. In the distance, Li Tian and Yan Yishi were aghast. What was the purple golden hammer? It was a damaged saint weapon. With it, one could run amok under the heavens. But now, a crack appeared from a person's roar. This was like the Arabian Nights, inconceivable. This is just a brand, but the divine sound he shouted out is so terrifying. It's too terrifying. Yan Yishi and Li Tian felt a chill down their spine. However, after this great Buddha released such a sound wave, its body suddenly became faint and could no longer display its previous might. Yi Fan put away the purple golden hammer and took a step forward. He directly reached for the center of the Buddha's eyebrows, wanting to grab it. Little brat Yi is trying to steal from the Buddha. He doesn't pay his respects but forcefully snatches it. This is really... Even someone as evil as Li Tian couldn't help but be surprised. Po! Yi Fan's roar attacked the golden Buddha, causing it to awaken and react. Although he was very domineering, his heart was still excited because he knew he had encountered a heaven-defying opportunity. He had encountered an ancient sound of the 6 words of Buddhism. In the present world, the Ho, Ma, Ni, Pad, Mi, and Ho words were almost lost. Only a few ancient temples in the western desert had one each, and it was difficult to reassemble them. Encountering the Ho sound here was a great opportunity, but the prerequisite was that he could obtain it. Yi Fan had been constantly evolving this sound, and he already had 1/10 of its power. It was incomparably vast and terrifying. Now that he had encountered it, he naturally didn't want to miss it. Break for me! He punched out with the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, which entered the body of the great Buddha. It was not a physical body, but a type of brand. Ho! Next, the endless sound of Ho resounded, and at the same time, there was an indescribable chant. Convert to my Buddha. A boundless divine sound transmitted over, making the distant Li Tian and Yan Yishi absent-minded. They couldn't help but walk forward, wishing to kowtow and kneel in front of the great Buddha. The two of them were like this even though they were so far away, so there was no need to talk about the nearby Yi Fan. His head was drenched in sweat as he fell into the Buddha light imprint. This was a type of soul-ferrying secret technique, invading one's primordial spirit to forcefully convert them to Buddhism. There wasn't much harm, but it was almost like a cleansing of one's will, causing them to completely change. Carry forward the Buddhist Dharma, convert to my sect. A voice that was like a Buddhist chant sounded, so loud that even the deaf could hear, attacking one's soul. The Ho sound rotated, returning to Yi Fan's primordial spirit. At this moment, it was also rumbling, assisting in the ferrying. Yi Fan couldn't help but silently chant the Ho, divine sound. This was a type of forceful ferrying. To learn this incantation, one had to enter a Buddhist sect. This type of will force was incomparably terrifying, something left behind by an ancient Buddha. As Yi Fan chanted the Ho sound, an undying great Buddha appeared behind him, towering majestically. In addition, a few more appeared around him. Buddha light shone, wishing for him to kowtow and forever enter a Buddhist sect. What powerful Buddha light, worthy of being left behind by the Amitabha Buddha's fifth disciple. Countless years have passed, yet this imprint is still so terrifying. Yi Fan clenched his teeth, his forehead covered in sweat. However, his mind was still like steel, not wavering in the slightest. Buddha transformation. Yi Fan roared loudly. At this moment, he operated the fighting character art of the 9 secrets, abandoning the Ho, divine sound's Buddha light, preserving its power. He used the 9 secrets to evolve it, using the highest secret method of Taoism to transform it into Buddha. There will be a day when I will become unmatched in the present world. Even if the Amitabha Buddha comes, he won't be able to force me. I'll shatter him with a single fist. Yi Fan's black hair danced about chaotically, his eyes like lightning. All of the clothes on his body exploded, revealing a bronze-colored and sturdy body. He was still chanting the Ho sound, but the great Buddha behind him was gradually dissolving. In the end, a new figure appeared. It was him. This pervert learned someone else's supreme divine technique, but in the end he only worshipped himself and even dissolved the Buddha. Not worshipping the earth, not worshipping the heavens, only believing in one's own body, this is a kind of conviction. But even the great emperor of ancient times, Amitabha Buddha, isn't willing to yield. This is indeed a pervert. Li Tian and Yen Ishi were muttering like this. In the end, all the Buddha light was cleanly dissolved by Yi Fan, and the great Buddha was completely replaced by his own divine statue, becoming an undying demonic god. In the end, with a loud roar, the cracked ancient bell completely collapsed and turned into fine powder. The Buddha light that filled the sky disappeared, turning into ashes along with the ancient temple. In the world, only he stood alone. The demonic god behind him shone with boundless radiance, merging with him and becoming the sole ruler. He used the fighting character art of the 9 secrets to completely transform the Ho sound, transcending the past and applying it to himself. Walking the path of invincibility was his promise to Miaoi. From today onward, he would crush all obstructions. Saint Physique of the human race, where are you? I've come specifically to kill you, don't disappoint me. In the distant southern mountains, a young and terrifying ancient creature spoke like this. He was of the bloodline of an ancient emperor. Wang Teng, Hua Yunfei, Li Xiaoman, and the divine sons and daughters of the 2 ancient divine dynasties of assassins were also waiting quietly in the southern mountains for Yi Fan's return. Chapter 780. The prairie was so vast. Yi Fan had visited some ancient sects to find Tu Fei, but he couldn't find him. He had left his footprints in the wolf tribe and the snow-white sacred mountain. More than 10 years had passed. Theoretically, Tu Fei should have flown back to the eastern barren territory. However, he didn't find anything. But is he not in the northern plain? Or is he even further away? Has he entered the place where the northern pole immortal light is born? It was a world of ice and snow. There was no land, only glaciers. Everything was white. Legends said that the god's relic was there. Every 100,000 years, a beam of immortal light would fly up. 100,000 years ago, a king realm expert of the Wang family had a beam of immortal light and turned it into their foundation. Unfortunately, his innate endowment was limited. He only had 1 foot in the sage realm. Should they go or not? Yi Fan thought that Tu Fei was trapped in that world of ice and snow. Otherwise, he would have appeared earlier. Since we have nothing to do, let's go and see. Perhaps we can meet the beam of immortal light that flies up every 100,000 years, urged Li Tian. After he had arrived in this world, he wanted to wander around every day. He hated that he couldn't explore the entire world to learn more about the man-desire Dao. I think many people in the southern mountains are plotting against you. They must have prepared a lot. If we don't follow the rules, they won't know what to do. At the right time, we can kill our way back, said Yanishi. He also agreed to go to the North Pole. There were sages who had crossed the sky. Of course, they had studied the secret space techniques and the teleportation formations. They had found many formations in the books that could teleport people a long distance. However, they could only understand the first volume. It was a formation that could teleport people hundreds of thousands of miles. It was hard to cross the big area. It's okay. We have the Origin and the Shen Jades. We can carve many divine formations. We can cross the area several hundred times. I'm sure we can get there. Tens of thousands of cavalrymen had trampled the Wang family. Although they had taken some treasures symbolically, it was unimaginable that they had the divine materials to build the teleportation formation in the antiquity time. Swoosh! With a flash of green light, they disappeared from where they were and began the tedious journey. They traveled again and again, allowing them to experience the true meaning of the boundless void and the vastness of heaven and earth. In the end, they set foot on a vast expanse of white snow. There were glaciers everywhere, and it was bone-chilling cold. The air they exhaled immediately turned into ice shards. It was very difficult to see any living creatures here. This was an ice-cold bitter land. Apart from the pure white snow, there was nothing else to be seen. What's that? Not long after they set foot on the ice plains, they saw a huge block of ice. There seemed to be something sealed inside. Yi Fan lightly shouted, scattering the white snow. The glacier was exposed, and the inside of the ice was clear and transparent. It was a huge finger, several zhang long, dripping with blood. It had been cut off. What race is this? They all revealed strange expressions. According to their estimations, this was at least something from hundreds of thousands of years ago, but this creature was too big. Primordial Titan. Yi Fan recalled the records in some ancient books. There was a race that lived on this icy plain. They were hundreds of feet tall. Boom, boom. In the distance, an enormous noise sounded. The glacier was collapsing, enormous cracks appearing one after another, extending to where they were. Giant apes, they reach into the clouds. Li Tian cried out in surprise. At the end of the horizon, a huge figure was walking. It was hundreds of feet tall, and on its back was a whale that had been fished out from the frozen sea. It was as if it was carrying a river fish. His entire body was covered in snow-white fur, and every strand was several zhang long. They were densely packed and covered his entire body. Didn't the primordial titan go extinct long ago? How can there still be one? Yi Fan was astonished. This kind of creature was very rare. They were a special race that naturally knew how to cultivate. They could absorb the essence of the sun and moon and had an advantage over humans. That was because their bodies were too big, and the divine power they gathered every day was unimaginable. In the ancient books, it was recorded that the old leader of the primordial titan had fought a great battle with several human saints. He was invincible, and the heaven and earth were turned upside down. This one is just ordinary. The divine power within it is limited, so there's nothing to fear. Only, I wonder how many of them there are here. The icy plain was not as vast and boundless as the 5 great regions. The group headed straight for the center, and along the way, they saw several enormous ice palaces that reached into the clouds. They were even more majestic than mountains. These were clearly ancient ruins built by the primordial titan. There were immortal divine patterns carved on them that allowed them to stand tall all this time. This race was truly almost extinct. They had only seen 2 primordial titans after passing through most of the region. In the end, they approached the heart of the Arctic. This was a terrifying domain that was impossible to enter. All kinds of multicolored mists pervaded the air, and the radiance was chaotic and brilliant. At the center, there seemed to be a demonic well that was immeasurably deep and boundless. Many disorderly lights revolved around it. What kind of place is this? There's a great whirlpool with a diameter of several hundred li that seems to lead all the way underground. All kinds of multicolored ice shards splashed about. They carried a mysterious power as they blossomed with streaks of dazzling light in the air. Dense mists rose. Could this be the birthplace of the northern immortal light? The group stopped and felt great danger. The whirlpool formed by the disorderly light was boundlessly terrifying, and it was enough to grind a divine lord to pieces. The birthplace of the northern immortal light is truly abnormal. How can we enter? Even great completion kings can't enter its depths. Li Tian was unwilling. There's a person inside, Yan Ishi said. The ice and snow whirlpool merged with the disorderly light, forming a demonic well that could devour everything. There was a giant creature several dozen li in front of them. It's an old snow ape. No, it's an old giant. His age is terrifyingly high, and his waist is about to bend to the ground. This ancient giant was struggling with great difficulty. He wanted to approach the center of the immortal light, but it was difficult for him to succeed. There were terrifying wounds all over his body. Without a doubt, this ancient giant was extremely powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to take a step into the whirlpool and release terrifying divine fluctuations like a furnace. Yi Fan and the others didn't take the risk. They opened their divine eyes and carefully observed the depths. There was an old woman at the very center. The three were shocked and couldn't help but take a few steps back. They looked at each other in shock. At the center, all kinds of lights were flourishing even more intensely. There was also the terrifying great true essence that gushed out like rivers and seas. Ordinary people would immediately turn into powder upon entering. It's her. Yi Fan immediately recognized that this was the old woman from 6,000 years ago. She was someone from the same era as the old madman. There was a golden pyramid above her head. The sun, moon, and stars swirled about, releasing a hazy green energy that curled around her. She disappeared for so many years and actually came here. Yi Fan still clearly remembered that this golden pagoda was dug up from an ancient source mine in the north region. Back then, it startled many great figures, and in the end, it was taken away by the mysterious old woman. The golden pagoda had been buried underground since the archaic years and hadn't decayed even now. It was definitely a divine artifact that had been passed down through the ages. The old woman sat on top of the demonic well. She didn't move at all when facing all types of disorderly light. It was as if she had passed away in a seated posture, but also as if she was guarding something. Unfathomable. This is most likely an ancient saint. At the very least, she already has half a foot in this world. Li Tian said, feeling great reverence inside. Right now, she was sitting here, guarding the demonic well. With just a bit of thought, he knew that she was definitely waiting for a strand of immortal light that would only ascend once every 100,000 years. With such a saint here, no one else would have any hope. Judging from the old woman's appearance, it seemed like she had been waiting for many years. There are many disorderly lights in that huge ice cave. There seems to be a lot of corpses, Yan Ishi said. Let me see. Yi Fan's eyes brightened as he shot out two beams of divine lightning that were hundreds of li long. This was the clairvoyant ability. At this moment, it was only at the initial stage. He could only use it for a short moment, but it was enough. Inside the ice cave, there were many colors. Radiance rose like mist, and the coldness was bone-chilling. It was incomparably huge, and there were hundreds of thousands of corpses inside. Most of them had been frozen and were spinning along with the whirlpool. There were all kinds of clothes. Most of them belonged to ancient people who had died tens of thousands of years ago. Ah! Yi Fan was startled. In a special piece of divine ice, there was a young man sealed inside. At first glance, he seemed to be Tu Fei. When he wanted to see more, that piece of divine ice had sunk deep into the ice cave. It didn't float up again. Moreover, the power of the clairvoyant ability had disappeared. Is it really Tu Fei? How did he get trapped in the sealing god ice and get here? Is he dead or alive? Yi Fan was baffled. No, I want to get in there. No matter what, he had to figure it out. Kiji, don't take risks. Only saints can enter that place. Even if you have an unparalleled body, you can't take risks, advised Li Tian. Yi Fan had made up his mind. This trip was to find Tu Fei. Now that he had caught a glimpse of him, How could he give up? Boom. Yi Fan felt like he had barged into a terrifying black hole. All sorts of destructive energy surged towards him. Even with his powerful body, he still felt extreme pain. However, he didn't stop. He continued to move forward step by step, leaving many marks in the air. He crossed the red clouds and approached the land of death. What a monster! His saint physique is even more frightening than the king warriors at the top level. He has surpassed that ancient giant. He's about 70 to 80 miles inside. After 100 miles, Yi Fan couldn't endure anymore. His body was bleeding. Even his peerless body couldn't resist the world-grinding power. Stop before the saints. There was a stone stele that spun about, a few ancient characters clearly engraved on it. It was a ghastly sight. Yi Fan could sense that there was an even more terrifying aura spreading ahead, as if it could shatter the heavens. At this moment, even if he took out the purple gold hammer, he couldn't stop it. He couldn't move forward even an inch. He suspected that if he took a step forward, he would be smashed into meat paste. Brother Yi, stop. The path you've taken has surpassed the king warriors at the top level. Don't take risks. Yin Ishi sent him a message. Yi Fan frowned and looked forward. He had no way to get there. Only the warriors who had 1 foot in the saint realm could get there. Precursor, do you remember me? We've met twice, shouted Yi Fan. However, the old woman deep inside the vortex didn't have any reaction. It seemed like she had passed away dozens of years ago. Yi Fan was shaken. Before the saints became the great path, it was always like this. Was she going to fall here? Today, the ancestors of the 10,000 immemorial tribes are about to come out. Crazy Oldie died in outer space. His blood dyed the sky. Only you of the human clan can turn the tide, shouted Yi Fan one more time. However, the old woman didn't have any reaction. She was as still as a rock, as if her vitality had been extinguished. Chapter 781. Did she really die while waiting for the northern celestial light? Yi Fan was shaken. When he used his clairvoyant eye, he saw the old woman's body surrounded by complicated patterns of the great path. She was about to melt in the air. This was the sign of an ancient saint transforming into the great path. Is she really going to transform into the great path? Yi Fan couldn't help but look up at the sky and sigh. Another human saint was about to leave this world. Who else in this world could resist the immemorial ancestor king? No matter how many times he called or how many messages he sent, the old woman didn't respond. She was motionless like a stone statue, cold and without any aura. Only the black pagoda above her head hovered in the air, sending down flows of green energy that resonated with the patterns of the great path. Why is it like this? She's going to quietly die here? Yi Fan sighed. The saint was nameless and didn't appear in the world. Even her death was silent. Yi Fan thought that she was waiting for the northern celestial light to appear. But she couldn't get it. Otherwise, she wouldn't be like this. He tried his best to step forward and enter the area that only saints could enter. But in the blink of an eye, he saw his feet cracking. Even though he had a saint physique and his flesh was much stronger than any other physique, he still couldn't compare with a saint. The difference was like the sky and the earth. If ordinary cultivators were mortals, then saints were immortals. Even though he took out the purple lightning hammer, it was useless. The cracks on it were making noises. If it continued like this, if he forced his way deeper, it would definitely break. Even if he had a real saint weapon, it wouldn't work. This place required the power of a saint. A weapon alone couldn't solve the problem. This place didn't only involve the great path but also the spiritual pressure and the test of the origin. That was why there was a stone tablet here that said no saints could enter. Senior, if you know something and can still help, please save that young man sealed in the divine ice and help him break free. Yi Fan said. He couldn't move forward anymore. Eventually, he had to step out of the terrifying whirlpool. All kinds of chaotic lights slashed on his body, creating clanking sounds. Not long ago, he had caught a glimpse of Tu Fei. However, he couldn't get in. In this world, not only the Eastern Baron had the 7 great forbidden areas, but other places also had terrifying secret areas that humans couldn't enter. A sage has died. Yi Fan's heart was heavy. In the present age, there was no longer a saint to protect her. Old Madman had died in battle in the outer realms, and this old woman had also transformed into the Tao, vanishing from this world. In the western desert, there was a victorious fighting Buddha on Mount Meru. It was rumored that his abilities were exceedingly high. However, when Yi Fan returned, he heard that he too had passed away after undergoing nirvana. When the ancestral kings of the various races of the primordial era appeared, who could stop them? Yi Fan did not know that after he left the terrifying multicolored vortex, he felt a pressure greater than the heavens. This was a great world that made people despair. The human race actually didn't have a single saint who could intimidate the world in this world. Those who died in meditation, and those who fell had all withered away. Moreover, even if the victorious fighting Buddha of the western desert was still alive, it was hard to say whether he was human or not. The barbarian war god seemed unharmed, but Yi Fan had learned some secrets from the old barbarian king. This was an ancient saint who had almost transformed into the Tao. Coincidentally, he obtained the divine origin liquid and sealed his body. He was in a state of immortality and couldn't truly walk out. Otherwise, who would choose to seal themselves when they were at the peak of their power? All saints were people with great perseverance. Their hearts were as firm as steel, and they would never retreat. Proving the Tao was their only choice. Turning oneself into a foundation was a last resort. It was the most helpless choice. As long as the divine origin liquid was shattered, he wouldn't be able to live for long in this world. Yi Fan, Li Tian, and Yen Ishi all sighed. They didn't expect to see a saint about to transform into the Tao in a place where a strand of immortal light was born every 100,000 years. At this moment, a massive pressure fell on them, making them gloomy. This great world was really dangerous. There wasn't a great sage of the human clan who was still standing. In fact, if the immemorial tribe had appeared several thousand years later, everything would have been different. It's a great era with many kings and different physiques. If those people could grow up, they would be really intimidating. The cold wind howled and snowflakes fluttered. This was a vast white world with a biting cold. Tu Fei, I hope that one day, I can see you get rid of your confinement and fight your way out. Yi Fan turned around. Shi Yan didn't know how many years it would be when they met again. Things were still the same, but people were different. Wild grass withered and flourished. Many heroes had died of old age. Dust to dust, dust to dust. Big rivers changed their routes. Giant lakes dried up. The world changed. Time passed. The chosen ones of the human clan would grow old one day. If one day all of his old friends and enemies in this world were old and buried in the soil, and only he was still alive, even if he could shock the past, present, and future, it would be a kind of sorrow. In this vast world, no one would know him anymore. Yi Fan smiled. In just a blink of an eye, he thought it was too far away. It wasn't real. However, why did he feel so frightened? The saint physique could live for at least 10,000 years. Could it be that he could only sigh and reminisce when he was old? His friends and lovers should have been buried in the soil for many years. If he didn't have any old friends in this world, and his enemies were all dead, it would be terrible if he didn't have anyone who was at the same age as him. If the entire world was his enemy, it could become another situation. The entire world would be silent. Perhaps the great ancient emperors had experienced this kind of sorrow. It was much more terrible than having enemies everywhere. The southern ridge had so many mountains and valleys with great veins everywhere. Half a month had already passed. Yi Fan and the others returned, but they didn't go to the barbarian tribe. They were very quiet and kept a low profile. Yi Fan knew that once he appeared, there would most likely be a great battle. Who knew how many pairs of eyes were watching him? Even if he flattened an ancient family, there would still be a few vicious people who wanted to eliminate him. Of course, he also wanted to kill those people. Some grudges couldn't be dissolved and needed to be completely settled. Yi Fan didn't know that there were old friends waiting for him in the barbarian tribe. He came to the Vermilion Bird City because he heard that Zi Tian had come. The Bright Moon Palace was an extremely mysterious heavenly palace. It was hidden in the sky above the Vermilion Bird City, and only the most powerful of a region could enter. Those who could come here all had great backgrounds. There was a peaceful and pure land for sect master-level figures to gather and talk about the Tao. There was also a romantic place where peerless beauties of the southern ridge could perform, but they definitely wouldn't stay the night. Apart from this, there was also an ancient cave that was left behind by an ancient sage. It was moved here to allow those who came later to comprehend the Tao and attract living fossils. The Bright Moon Pavilion was located in the sky above the southern ridge Vermilion Bird City. From the outside, it looked like a heavenly palace, but after entering, it was a completely different world. There was a small world here that had a circumference of 100 li. It had existed for many tens of thousands of years. In one of the gardens, the forest was deep and serene. It was close to a small river, and the sound of a zither could be heard. The melody was soothing at first, and then it became more and more intense. Layer by layer, it created a scene of 100 ships vying for the current and a dragon leaping through the vast ocean. In front of the zither was a bright and beautiful young lady. She wore light muslin, and her black hair was like the clouds. Her fingers were nimble, and divine splendor surrounded her body. She was extremely beautiful. The Southern Ridge's goddess Wu lives up to her reputation. Her melody can move the 9 heavens, and it is very fitting. The current world is full of dragons and tigers. It is a great world where all kinds of physiques appear. Many people want to leap up and turn into a true dragon to soar through the 9 heavens. A man sighed. Wu Fei was one of the 4 great goddesses of the Southern Ridge. Not only was she beautiful, but she had also entered the Tao through music. She had amazing attainments. Chen Yuan, Lu Yunjie, Kong Ling Dao, and Xie Siyuan were the young experts of the Southern Ridge. Although they were not as powerful as the Southern Demon, they had great backgrounds. Some were divine sons, some were direct descendants of ancient demons, and some had even inherited orthodoxies and officially become extremely respected young sect masters. However, they were not the main characters at the moment. They were accompanying the young master of the Valley of Divinities and inviting Zi Tiandu to a grand banquet. This garden was very quiet with a small river running through it. Pavilions and terraces dotted the forest, and the fragrance of grass mixed with the smell of the earth. There was a feeling of returning to nature and returning to simplicity. Not only did Chen Yuan, Lu Yunjie, Kong Linghua, and Xie Siyuan invite Wu Fei, one of the 4 heavenly ladies of the Southern Mountains, but they also invited a few other pearls of the Southern Mountains. Everyone gathered together and talked about the past and present. The experts of the ancient race had obviously come out because they wanted to be on good terms with the Valley of Divinities. The pearls of the Southern Ridge usually had their eyes on the top of their heads. They had always ignored the pursuit and flattery of their peers. But now, they were very different. Their smiles were moving, and each of them was stunning. They were easy to get along with. They would only give face when the talents of the Southern Ridge invited them and put down their status to attend the gathering. Moreover, the distinguished guests today were not ordinary. Brother Zi's appearance has attracted the attention of the world. Your cultivation is truly admirable. Please give me some pointers in the future. Chen Yuan was obviously trying to get closer to him. Brother Chen is too kind. There are so many experts in the world today. I'm nothing. Not to mention the other races, just the talents of the human race are enough to shock the world, Zi Tiandu said. Brother Zi, you don't have to be so humble. How many people in the world can compete with you? Even the famous Saint Physique can't compare, Kong Linghua said. In today's great world, even though there are many geniuses and hundreds of barges vying for the current, Brother Zi is too modest. You should be one of the strongest. One of the pearls of the Southern Ridge smiled. She was extremely charming. Another pearl of the Southern Ridge smiled sweetly. I've heard that the ancient races are about to come out. I've heard that Yuan Gu, Huangshu Dao, the Heavenly Prince, and the Divine Silkworm Taoist are all famous since ancient times. They have the bloodline of ancient emperors, so they should be peerless experts. They should be the strongest in the world. With these stunning beauties present, the atmosphere was not dull at all. The atmosphere was lively as everyone chatted happily. Those people are unfathomable. They indeed have the bloodline of ancient emperors. Their future achievements are unpredictable, Zi Tiandu said. Yuan Gu, Huangshu Dao, and the others rarely appear in the world. I wonder if they have passed the 3 slashes of the Immortal Tao? At this time, one of the 4 heavenly girls, Wu Fei, also spoke. Her voice was sweet like pearls falling on a jade plate. She was bright and moving with divine splendor lingering around her body. She was known as the Heavenly Girl in the Southern Ridge and had countless pursuers. Normally, it was almost impossible to invite her, but today was an exception. Beside her, the pearls of the Southern Ridge were all outstanding beauties. If they weren't the phoenixes of top sex or the princesses of the demon dynasty, they were still a bit inferior. Even though they were unconvinced, they knew the disparity. At this time, even someone like Tiandu, who placed cultivation first, was stunned after seeing Southern Ridge Heavenly Girl Wu Fei. He paid close attention and said, "I'm not sure if they have slashed the Immortal Tao, but it shouldn't be a problem against your human race's saint physique. They can be killed. They are so powerful that they can even kill a saint physique that can flatten the northern plains?" A pearl of the Southern Ridge was astonished. Of course, they are the descendants of ancient emperors. There are even some descendants of ancient emperors whose bloodline power is unimaginably powerful. Human race's saint physique isn't enough. Xie Siyuan, one of the Southern Ridge geniuses, said. Chen Yuan said, "Brother Z, please introduce us in the future. If we can invite the descendants of ancient emperors like Yuan Gu and Huangshu Dao to discuss the Tao, it will be a great event." All right, I'm here for the human race's saint physique. If I get rid of him, I'll invite them to the Southern Ridge to meet you after returning to the Eastern Wilderness. At the scene, there were not only the divine sons and sect masters of the demon race, but also the human race geniuses and pearls. They didn't say anything when they heard this. "Everyone, don't worry. I'm only an enemy of the human race's saint physique. Now that the 10,000 races have come into the world, I won't fight against the human race. I'll be closer to everyone," Tiandu said. Clang, clang, long swords rang out, and someone played the sword and sang loudly. They charged into the garden, and the entire forest seemed to be boiling. Killing intent was like the sea, and golden blood energy rushed into the sky. "Tiandu, did you come for me? How can I not accompany you? I'll kill you today." Chapter 782. Yi Fan moved with the sword in hand, walking over with large steps. He flicked the sword with his finger, releasing zheng-zheng sounds. Sword energy appeared in thousands of illusions, cold and bone-chilling. Sword radiance rushed into the heavens, illuminating the entire garden. There were more than 10 ancient creatures at the entrance of the garden, all of them with elk horns on their heads, bodies covered in silver scales. Their appearances were strange and sinister, blocking his path. Not a single one of them was weak, all of them vicious figures who crawled out from piles of archaic corpses. Otherwise, how could they serve as guards at Divine Valley's young master's side? Without saying a single word, there were ancient creatures who opened their divine eyes, firing out their own Tao sources, immediately delivering a fatal blow. There were some who opened their mouths and spat out divine beads, immediately exploding, destroying their own secret treasures. Their expressions were cold. This was a group of ancient creatures that grew up in piles of bones. All of them had an indomitable aura, carrying the resolution to perish together with their enemies as they slaughtered their way over. Pooh! Yi Fan's sword brandished out, severing space-time, cutting open the divine eye's Tao source. He flicked forward and the eye hole exploded. Blood gushed out into the distance, ending its life on the spot. Then he followed up with a stab. That exploded divine bead turned into ashes, all of its divine force extinguished. The sword body shot forward, nailing itself between its brows. Blood gushed out, and its corpse fell. The dozen or so ancient creatures were as cold as an icehouse, not feeling any fear. They threw themselves forward, not fearing death at all. They either reached out their giant claws or spat out Tao weapons from their mouths, resisting the great enemy together. Yi Fan flicked out his sword, cold light rushing out, drowning out this place like a heavenly river. He killed 10 with a single step, taking action ruthlessly. Pooh! An archaic creature's shoulder was sliced through, half its body flying out, carrying with it a large expanse of blood. An archaic creature was pierced through by a sword. Its chest first caved in, and then all of its bones exploded. White bone stubble and flesh flew in all directions. The iron sword swept out, radiance blazing, cutting through 7 or 8 archaic creatures at the waist. Blood splashed outwards, dyeing the grass and trees red. Bloody mist surged. Pa! Yi Fan turned his hand over, sending the skull of an archaic creature behind him flying with a pa sound. A streak of white brain matter that was dyed with wisps of blood rushed out, and then the corpse directly fell. Ah! An ancient creature comparable to a sect master, its age not young. It immediately released its most powerful attack, but it still couldn't stop Yi Fan's exceptional sharpness. Killed with one slash, the iron sword hacked apart his ancient weapon, destroyed his Dao foundation, and chopped off his head. Along with a long string of blood, his head flew into the garden and rolled toward those people in front of him. Qin Yuan, Lu Yunjie, Kong Linghua, Xie Siyuan and the others' expressions all changed. The smiles on the faces of the few pearls of the southern mountains also froze. This man was simply like a demonic god. With only a single sword, he charged over, and no one could stop him even half a step. Among them, there was no lack of second-level Immortal Foundation ancient life forms. Even after the baptism of blood, they were still like chickens, having their lives severed. Now, there was no need for an introduction. Everyone knew that it was the human race sacred physique. Nanling Jun and Ming Zhu, regardless of whether they were from the demon race or the human race, were stunned. Even though everyone here had their eyes at the top of their heads, they were still filled with reverence for this killing god. Recently, there were many rumors about him. Just now, they were still discussing wantonly, and there were even some who belittled and criticized Yi Fan. But now that they saw him in person, not a single one of them dared to be disrespectful. Their bodies were all stiff. Under the rage of Yi Fan, he led tens of thousands of cavalrymen to flatten an ancient aristocrat clan. Who didn't know of such a heaven-shaking and earth-shattering event? Everyone here had their own clan, and they were all in the southern mountains. Who wouldn't feel guilty? Wu Fei, one of the 4 great fairies of the southern mountains, could still be considered calm. Her eyes flickered with light, and she remained calm from start to finish. Xie Siyuan and Qin Yuan, on the other hand, weren't so calm. Earlier, they had criticized the human race sacred physique. Right now, they felt uneasy and their hearts were filled with guilt. Some of the pearls of the southern mountains stabilized their emotions, revealing beautiful smiles as they gazed forward, trying their best to maintain their elegance and charm. Only Zitian remained unmoved, without any expression. He sat cross-legged behind the white jade table on the grass, his entire body glowing with a crystalline violet light. His eyes were as cold as knives. Pooh! When the last few powerful archaic creatures rushed forward, Yi Fan pushed his iron sword forward like a collapsing Mount Tai. The most powerful individuals in front all cried out loudly. The light of the iron sword shone brilliantly, cutting through the heaven and earth and cutting them all in half. Yi Fan moved forward while leaning on his sword. He flicked the body of the sword with his finger, causing metallic sounds to ring out. His clothes were not stained with blood as he strode into the garden, and no one dared to stop him. The scene was deathly silent. Nowadays, everyone was talking about the human race sacred physique, but only when they truly faced it would they feel the pressure. The elites of the southern mountains didn't make a sound. They no longer had the high-spirited attitude they had before. The young man in front of them wielding a bloody iron sword made them feel an enormous pressure. The ordinary iron sword was very thick and heavy. Yi Fan's body was slender and sturdy. His green clothes fluttered in the wind, and his expression was calm. However, he possessed an aura that could frighten one's soul. Although he looked delicate and pretty, he possessed the aura of a monarch overlooking the world, making others feel suffocated. He stood in the garden, causing the previously enthusiastic atmosphere to drop to a freezing point. Everyone felt the pressure. Xiu! Yi Fan shook his hand and threw the iron sword onto the ground, stabbing it into a boulder. It trembled for a while, and fresh blood dripped down. It was a ghastly sight. Zitiandu, didn't you come for me? It must have been hard on you. Otherwise, I would have gone to the eastern wasteland to kill you. His calm and confident words caused the temperature in the garden to drop rapidly. Yi Fan spoke very naturally, but he revealed a strong conviction. You think you can suppress and kill me? Zitindu stood up. The bloodline he inherited from the far ancient imperial race made him tall and majestic. At the same time, he was incomparably heroic, just like a purple heavenly king. If I can't even kill you, how can I be invincible in the present age? Yi Fan clasped his hands behind his back. Facing a young master of the far ancient imperial race, he didn't look like he was facing a great enemy at all. Behind him, whether it was the southern mountains goddess Wu Fei or the other pearls, their expressions changed as divine splendor circulated around them. Chen Yuan, Lu Yunjie, Kong Linghua, and Xie Siyuan were all shaken. They felt a suffocating pressure even more. It was as if they could already see a scene. After hundreds or thousands of years, the human race's divine physique would reach great completion and rule the world, suppressing their generation and the people of the 5 regions until they were as silent as cicadas in winter. The entire world would lose its voice. A cold snort sounded. 2 old ancient creatures suddenly appeared. Their bodies were covered densely in purple scales, making one shiver in fear. Shameless boasting. Even the bloodline of the ancient emperors might not dare to say this. What does a human race's divine physique count for? My race has been asleep for too long and has been forgotten by others. No matter how powerful you are still just a type of human physique. You are nothing more than a clay dog. The 2 old ancient creatures pounced forward together. They wanted to immediately display their might and destroy all of Yi Fan's confidence and conviction. Their bodies swelled up like 2 prehistoric horned dragons. Their scales were dense, and their bodies pierced through the void. Get lost. Yi Fan had a hand behind his back. He only brandished his right fist. Immediately, golden blood energy overflowed into the heavens, filling the entire garden and collapsing heaven and earth. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist was incomparably bold and powerful. It pressed forward courageously. With just a single fist, all magical treasures, convictions, and battle chi were shattered. The 2 ancient creatures were extremely powerful. If they fought normally, Yi Fan would have to expend quite a bit of effort. However, right now, after concentrating all of his essence, energy, and spirit, the effects were completely different. Pooh! These 2 old creatures were smashed into more than 10 pieces. Their bones and body fragments shot out in all directions, turning into a bloody mist that scattered between heaven and earth. Forget about the others, even Zition's pupils contracted. His head of hair danced about, and his entire body was filled with purple radiance. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. These 2 ancient creatures were extremely difficult to deal with, but in front of the divine physique, they were nothing. They couldn't even block a single fist and were smashed into pieces. At this moment, golden battle chi pervaded the air. The power of the divine physique surged, drowning out the entire garden. Yi Fan looked forward and walked over step by step. At this moment, Li Tian also appeared, standing at the entrance of the garden, blocking everyone's path. There was an evil smile on his face. Meanwhile, Yan Ishi had a different type of temperament. His white clothes were elegant and otherworldly. He stood in the rear garden, blocking the path. Human race's divine physique, I was just about to look for you. Since you delivered yourself to me, there's nothing more to say. Zition finally took action. Above his head, a purple ancient pagoda rose and fell. Thunder rumbled through the heavens, and tens of thousands of thick strands of purple energy descended, protecting him below. He was extremely arrogant. His expression was cold as he attacked head-on. A fist directly smashed out, pressing forward courageously. The sound of the fist was like a tsunami, boundless and ear-splitting. Wave after wave swept through the 9 heavens, rumbling endlessly, making everyone's ears ring with wung-wung sounds. This was an enormous fist force. Traces of the Tao were engraved on it, densely interweaving with each other. Fluctuations like lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Purple energy overflowed like a great river, startling the entire small world. In the other gardens, Many experts were horrified. They all looked towards this direction, their minds shaken. Yi Fan's precious appearance was dignified. His heart roared, and his body formed an imprint. In that instant, he had the appearance of a ruler of the human race. He looked down on the world, looking down on all races. In the boundless great Tao, only he was supreme. Human ruler imprint. He displayed this magical imprint at this moment, and it naturally had an extremely special meaning. He was facing off against a descendant of the archaic imperial clan. He was using this ancient precious imprint that had been lost for many years to fight, displaying his determination. Yi Fan's right hand turned into a precious imprint of heaven and earth. It was engraved with the undying holy splendor of the human race. As it descended, the 9 heavens and 10 earths trembled. There had never been a time when he understood this kind of precious imprint so thoroughly. His spirit sublimated, and his iron-like will poured into the human ruler imprint. At this moment, heaven and earth intersected. The boundless great Tao rumbled and rumbled. An undying radiance flowed out from the surface of Yi Fan's body, making him seem divine and inviolable. He was dignified and grand. The hearts of the Southern Mountains geniuses all jumped. They couldn't help but lower their heads and kowtow. Wu Fei, one of the 4 great fairies, as well as the pearls of the Southern Mountains, all had strange expressions on their faces. They resisted this pressure with all their strength. Once the human ruler imprint appeared, there was an indescribable Tao light that spread in all directions. All humans found it hard to calm their hearts, and their blood boiled. This was the first collision between Yi Fan and Zi Tiandu. Purple energy surged, piercing through the 9 heavens. Zi Tiandu roared, and his head of hair stood on end. Behind him, an ancient king appeared. And behind Yi Fan, there was also a ruler of the human race that appeared. It was as if they wanted to crush the endless heavens, terrifying beyond compare. Rumble, rumble, rumble. After a violent collision, the human ruler imprint descended. The ruler of the human race behind Yi Fan that looked exactly the same as him won by a bit, trampling the ancient king under its feet. Ah! Zi Tiandu roared, and an even more ferocious fist smashed over. Yi Fan also roared. His black hair fell down like a waterfall, and all of it scattered behind him. He swung his arms, suppressing forward. Chapter 783. Zi Tiandu's entire body glowed with violet light. Every strand of his hair was glowing as a violet chi towered tens of thousands of meters into the sky. With a loud roar, the entire world trembled. This punch was tyrannical, containing the indomitable aura of the young lord of the divine spirit valley. His violet robes fluttered in the wind as his battle chi gushed forth like the surging seas. How valiant was Yi Fan! At his current cultivation realm, he had no fear for second-level Immortal Foundation characters. It was impossible for him to retreat. This strike shook the heavens and earth. When the 2 of them collided, a burst of light akin to the collapse of the starry sky could be seen. This place became the center of the tempest, rapidly expanding outwards. Large amounts of blood rained down. Zi Tiandu's hair was disheveled and his entire arm was drenched in blood. His right fist was deformed, convulsing uncontrollably as it was flung out. The moment this strike landed, there was a conclusion to everything. Zi Tiandu was at an absolute disadvantage. His fist was almost shattered and the intense pain caused his facial features to contort, leaving behind a large patch of blood. There would always be people saying how powerful the saint physique was and how unparalleled the flesh shell was. But as the successor of the supreme ancient royal clan, he had always been conceited and had never seen such a physique before. He basically didn't believe that there was someone who could be compared to the royal bloodline. Right now, he finally paid a painful price and experienced the toughness of this physique. Even the body of the royal bloodline of the supreme ancient royal clan couldn't block the body of a saint physique. This was the most intuitive understanding of everyone. Their subconscious hearts trembled. Would the bloodline of the supreme ancient royal clan be able to block this? Yi Fan seized the opportunity to launch a ferocious attack. After executing the Ro incantation, he shot forward like a bolt of lightning. It was still the human king imprint, slamming down like a golden cliff. A series of drum sounds rang out, so heavy that it sounded like heavenly thunder. A dragon skin drum appeared in Zitiando's hands, and with every beat, a beam of Dao light shot out. Boom! At the very end, it was like mountains and rivers were toppling and overturning the seas. Boundless violet waves gushed forth, blocking Yi Fan's path forward. This was a heavenly voice of the ancient Dao. Zitian used his magic power and understanding of the Dao to block Yi Fan. Just one clash of flesh was enough. He had already suffered a great loss and didn't want Yi Fan to get close to him again. Crackle! His bones crackled, and the twisted joints in his right fist shifted and quickly grew back to its original shape, returning to its peak state. Dong dong! The heavenly drum vibrated as if a magnificent army was galloping. Waves of purple waves rushed towards Yi Fan. The sound of the drum shook the heavens, and each wave could kill an expert. The purple sound wave seemed like it was going to shatter the will of heaven and earth, shaking Yi Fan so much that he felt dizzy. This was a terrifying secret treasure with astonishing destructive power. The dragon skin drum was an imitation of a primordial ancestor king's weapon. Its power was extraordinary, and a sudden strike from time to time could directly destroy an opponent's primordial spirit, killing them in an instant. At such a close distance, if it weren't for Yi Fan facing the drumming, he would have died on the spot. Open! Yi Fan's right hand formed the human ruler seal and his left hand formed the heaven-flipping seal. He broke all of the Dao marks and slapped towards the purple dragon skin drum, wanting to pierce through it. Dong! The sound of the drum was oppressive, and Zitiandu's ruthlessness was released. His eyes were like cold lightning as he forcefully struck the drum, sending out tens of thousands of sound waves, drowning the area in front of him. Above his head, the ancient purple pagoda drew upon the 9 heavens. Thunder rumbled, and thick purple energy poured down like a myriad of purple swords to hack at Yi Fan. Hong! Yi Fan's path forward was blocked, and his mind was restless. His primordial spirit was unstable, and he was almost sent flying by the 2 archaic secret treasures. His body swayed. On the side, Qin Yuan, Lu Yunjie, Kong Linghua, Xie Siyuan, and the others were all alarmed. They all flew backwards, and they were somewhat expectant, hoping that Zitiandu would win. After all, they had criticized Yi Fan behind his back, and they were afraid that he had heard it. The sound of the drum shook the sky, directly shattering the space around Yi Fan. The purple sound waves rumbled like a magnificent army trampling over, and it was boundlessly terrifying. Ah! Yi Fan shouted loudly, using the incantation to resist the ancient sound. This shout made the souls of all the cultivators in this small world tighten, as if they had been struck by a heavy punch. One could imagine how terrifying the battle was. A demonic god that looked exactly like him appeared behind Yi Fan, and its magical image suppressed the heaven and earth, shattering the entire garden with its roar. Once the Buddhist incantation was spoken, it was as if heaven and earth were being split apart. The earth, fire, wind, and water rotated and split apart. A terrifying beam of light rushed into the purple energy and struck the dragon skin drum. Dong! A shocking sound rang out. This time, the sound of the drum wasn't struck by Zitiandu himself, but rather by Yi Fan. Divine might surged out like a vast ocean. Zitiandu shouted loudly, and his entire body trembled. Under the sound of the the dragon skin drum was pierced through. This was a secret treasure that possessed great power. Even living fossils and top-notch divine lords couldn't destroy it. However, today, it was shattered by Yi Fan's roar. This secret treasure became history. The skin of the drum deflated, and its light dimmed. What was more frightening was that it was still shattering. The mantra was transformed by Yi Fan with the fighting secret word, and it became the battle-sacred sound that was suitable for him to use. Its power was evident now. The remaining power hadn't dissipated yet. Zitiandu's body shook violently, and cracks appeared one after another. What? In the distance, everyone was astonished. The divine physique of the human race was frightening. Just one roar was enough to severely injure a great enemy. Pfft. Zitiandu opened his mouth and coughed out a mouthful of blood. The ancient tower above his head shook, and tens of thousands of strands of purple energy poured down, finally cutting off the aftermath of the Ah. Even my dragon skin drum was broken. Zi Tiandu fell back and stared at the broken drum in his hand. Only a corner of the dragon skin was left. Back then he had tried all kinds of weapons to attack it, but none of them had damaged it in the slightest. But now, it had been shattered by a single roar. How terrifying was this? The Southern Mountains goddess Wu Fei couldn't help but stroke her zither. She had entered the Tao through music, so she knew how terrifying the divine sound confrontation just now was. She was shocked by Yi Fan's roar. Chen Yuan, Xie Siyuan, and the others were also pale. They couldn't help but think of what would happen if they were in the battlefield. Boom! Yi Fan was like a furnace, burning the sky with splendor. A powerful aura gushed out, making it difficult for people to breathe. No matter how far away they stood, they couldn't help but feel their hearts palpitate. The beautiful faces of the Southern Mountains goddesses turned pale. It wasn't that they didn't know how powerful Yi Fan was, but they were even more frightened now that they were personally witnessing the battle. There wasn't a single person who didn't retreat. Even the spectators who arrived later were scared, and all of them retreated into the horizon. Is this a divine physique? It's him. He killed his way here alone to take the life of the Valley of God's young master. Everyone was shaken. How powerful was the archaic imperial race? Who was willing to provoke them? Although Zi Tiandu wasn't as powerful as Huang Shudao, Yuan Gu, or the Heavenly Prince, and he didn't have the bloodline of an ancient emperor, it was still enough to intimidate the world. During these 10-odd years he had taken action several times, and all of them were earth-shattering. Some people guessed that he was about to sever the Tao. However, Yi Fan dared to kill him alone. This kind of power shocked everyone. The heaven and earth rumbled. Yi Fan broke through the sky with one hand, and he still didn't use any weapons. He only relied on his fist to attack Zi Tiandu. His golden battle chi submerged the area and turned it into a surging sea. Zi Tiandu felt an enormous pressure. The person before him was too terrifying. Could it be that he was on par with Huang Shudao and the others and possessed the same bloodline power? He was horrified. This was the first time he understood that the human race's divine physique was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Bang! Zi Tiandu fought Yi Fan with all his might. The ancient pagoda above his head swayed, and the purple energy that filled the sky rushed in all directions like a long river. The void was like a broken painting that couldn't be stopped. Dang! Yi Fan used his fist to clash head-on against Zi Tiandu's violet pagoda, using his flesh shell to clash head-on against Zi Tiandu's great Tao energy. Each and every punch contained a towering golden battle chi. This was a world-shocking battle. In the blink of an eye, the two of them exchanged over 100 blows. The courtyard had long since been destroyed, and this scene shocked everyone. In this small world, everyone had a great background. There were many at the sect leader level, and there were also many young geniuses and beauties from the Southern Mountains range. All of them were characters with status and prestige, and all of them were shocked. Dang! When the battle reached the 500th round, Yi Fan punched out with the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, shattering the void. The top level of the violet pagoda cracked open before it exploded with a bang. What? Zi Tiandu was shocked. One of the 5 levels of the pagoda was destroyed. The impact to him was too great. This weapon was refined by an old man in his clan. Unless one was a true king, they wouldn't be able to damage it at all. Its defense was so strong that even second-level Immortal Foundation experts wouldn't be able to destroy it even if they came in contact with the domain of the 7 Forbidden. However, reality caused everyone to be shocked. Yi Fan didn't even use a weapon. He merely relied on his fists to shatter the pagoda. The golden battle chi was like the sea, gushing forth once more. Zi Tiandu screamed in pain as he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. He was flung through the air along with the 4th level of the pagoda. The royal races of the supreme ancient immortal realms are merely SSO. Yi Fan spoke. He was like a golden god of war as he walked over. His entire body radiated a boundless sacred light, exuding an aura of divinity, causing people to involuntarily look up to him. The impact of this strike to Zi Tiandu was extremely great, almost destroying his conviction of victory. The saint physique of the human race only relied on a pair of fists to shatter his pagoda, causing him to feel a chill down his spine. Die! Zi Tiandu went crazy. At this stage, there was no longer any path of retreat. Even if he wanted to flee, it would be impossible. Boom! Yi Fan's fist even more domineeringly smashed over. His body was surrounded by endless holy light, almost like a deity, descending from the heavens, tearing through everything. A single fist blasted the last 4 floors of the purple pagoda into pieces. Ah! Zi Tiandu cried out miserably. His body flew out diagonally, and strands of blood gushed out from his mouth. This time, he was definitely heavily injured. The power of the saint physique was so great that it could easily flatten a mountain. Without the protection of the pagoda, the impact just now was too great. Yi Fan was as fast as lightning. He didn't stop and chased after Zi Tiandu. Fist after fist smashed out. Boundless sacred light filled every inch of space between heaven and earth. Zi Tiandu used his hands to block, but they shattered on the spot. Even his chest almost exploded. His body crisscrossed and was covered in countless cracks as blood gushed out. Do you still remember a human youth called Dongfang Yi who slaughtered them all? Did you ever think that a day like this would come? Yi Fan asked. Of course I remember. Isn't it that uncivilized savage? He was extremely difficult to kill, but in the end he was trapped at Falling Eagle Cliff and his blood splashed onto the stone walls. Zi Tiandu cruelly smiled. He didn't have anything to fear now. He opened his mouth and spat out another mouthful of blood. Falling Eagle Cliff was a place where even eagles would fall when they landed. This was an ominous land where many strange things had occurred. Not even the ancient races were willing to approach. An uncivilized savage? Is this your evaluation? Yi Fan clenched his teeth. His blood boiled and his clothes burst apart as he attacked with everything he had. Zi Tiandu cruelly smiled. He's just a savage. So what if I kill him? He knew that he wouldn't have a good ending today, so he was throwing caution to the wind. At this moment, Yi Fan could only brandish his fists and use his invincible strength to shatter everything in his way. He would trample this person beneath his feet in order to wash away the resentment of his old friend. All sorts of weapons in the skies were destroyed. Yi Fan was crazily slaughtering. He found an opportunity and tore off Zi Tiandu's regenerated arms, causing them to drip with fresh blood. In the next moment, Yi Fan's foot descended from the skies. With overwhelming combat strength, he trampled down on Zi Tiandu's chest and descended straight down. This was a bloody scene. Yi Fan trampled down on Zi Tiandu, his foot shattering his chest to pieces. His foot passed through and landed on the ground. The ancient royal races are nothing more than this. Yi Fan held his hands behind his back and looked down on him. He had destroyed all of Zi Tiandu's self-confidence and dignity. Chapter 784. Blood dripped everywhere, creating a ghastly sight. Yi Fan stepped on Zi Tiandu as he descended from the sky. He crushed his chest with one foot, splitting it into pieces. His soul passed through and landed on the ground. This scene stunned everyone. It was unknown how many sect masters there were in this garden, and even more so how many up-and-coming talents there were in the southern mountains. The bright pearls of the dynasties and great sects all lost their luster. The scene of blood dyed the magnificent young master of the Valley of Gods, the inheritor of an archaic race, was defeated by the human race's divine physique just like that. Yi Fan didn't use any tricks, and he didn't even reveal his weapon. It was purely an aesthetic of violence. He crushed everything with his golden fists. He was unrivaled in the present age. Everyone could feel that there was such a belief in his heart. Yi Fan's decisive words and actions made everyone feel a type of sharpness. He destroyed all obstacles, and everything that stood in his way was smashed to pieces with a single punch. Chen Yuan, Lu Yunjie, Kong Linghua, and Xie Siyuan all had snow-white faces. They were greatly alarmed and felt extremely uneasy. Wu Fei, one of the 4 great fairies, was still fine, but the bright pearls were also uneasy. They were thinking about whether or not they had criticized the human race's divine physique when they were smiling sweetly. Many people were shocked. They all watched from the distance, and no one dared to approach. The ground was scarlet red. Yi Fan stepped there just like that. Zi Tiando's body was split into pieces, and at this moment, a large golden hand pressed down to completely end his life. Zi Tiando released an incomparably mournful cry. His body completely collapsed and turned into an expanse of brilliance. However, everyone was shocked. This was done on his own initiative. A blazing light appeared. Another Zi Tiando stood in the void and broke free from under Yi Fan's feet. He merged with his primordial spirit and pounced forward. The entire heaven and earth rumbled. All types of great Tao patterns appeared. What undying, what eternal, what ancient. Everything seemed like it was going to be destroyed. A supreme deity. Everyone felt this kind of aura. This light-formed Zi Tiando merged with his primordial spirit and became even more terrifying. The void immediately froze, and for a short moment, it was as if everything had come to a standstill. Do you think my divine spirit valley is called that for nothing? Zi Tian said coldly. Yi Fan found it hard to move his body. He was bound in the void, and the godlike body of light in front of him shot out terrifying beams of light. What we focus on is the path of divinity. The fleshly body is merely a relay station. Zi Tiandu roared, blasting towards Yi Fan's primordial spirit, wanting to destroy him within his immortal foundation. The final goal of the Valley of Divinity was to cultivate the primordial spirit and refine one's own spirit. When one reached the highest level, they would give up their corporeal body. Zi Tiandu was far from reaching the highest cultivation realm. If he wasn't forced into this type of dangerous situation, he wouldn't dare use it at all, because he could easily be killed. But today he succeeded, and there was no danger. Boom! Yi Fan's flesh shell looked as if it had been struck by lightning. A crack appeared between his brows, and a strand of blood flowed out. However, his body did not fall and was still standing. What a powerful physique! It would be too much of a pity to destroy it. Leave it for me to use as a relay station and become my true body in the future. Zi Tiandu laughed uproariously. An even more terrifying beam of light shot out from his body, aiming for the center of Yi Fan's brows. With a light boom, another crack appeared as fresh blood flowed out. I shall break your immortal foundation and seize your flesh shell. The human saint body shall become my body from today onwards. He howled madly as he rushed forward. From afar, everyone was shocked. Who would have thought that Zi Tiandu would have such terrifying methods? The fleshly body wasn't important. A true divinity was the most terrifying. You can die now. Give this powerful body to me. Zi Tiandu roared, his expression malevolent, transforming into a beam of light that pierced through Yi Fan's immortal foundation. Bang! All of a sudden, a gigantic golden hand stretched out and grabbed hold of him. Yi Fan coldly spoke, divinities are nothing more than this. What? How can you break through? Eternal imprisonment? No one at the second level of immortal foundation can break free from such a restriction. Zi Tiandu screamed. Only now did he start to feel fear. The Divinity Valley has such a secret art, it truly surprised me. But if you want to use it to kill me, it's still a little lacking. The golden battle chi around Yi Fan's body surged unceasingly, blotting out the sky as boundless holy light engulfed this entire area. What restraints, what imprisonment, what eternity. Everything was broken apart. Zi Tiandu screamed and struggled intensely. However, it was useless. Yi Fan's gigantic hands were closing in on him as his body of light was slowly extinguished. Relying on one's own hard work to climb from hell to heaven step by step, turning everything around, that would be filled with a sense of accomplishment and boundless joy. But if one was kicked down the moment they climbed up, that would be even more miserable than being reincarnated in the 18 levels of hell. Zi Tiandu's hopes turned to dust. He thought that at this crucial moment, he would be able to turn the situation around and trample on his enemy ruthlessly. Who would have thought that it was all for naught? Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. If they were in his shoes, most probably none of them would be able to escape this calamity. The secret art of the Divinity Valley was too sudden and terrifying. It was truly a counterattack. However, it was forcefully suppressed by Yi Fan, not achieving the desired effect. I don't want to die. Incantation of the ancestral king, forbidden divine art, borrowing the power of the heavens, borrowing the light of the Tao, burn for me. Zi Tiandu roared with unwillingness on his face. On his body, an ancient character radiated a terrifying light. There was actually a character engraved on his soul that exuded a fearsome sage might. The aura of the supreme ancient immortal realms. Yi Fan screamed. This was the work of a sage character from the supreme ancient immortal realms. As the inheritor of the Divinity Valley, Zi Tiandu was truly doted on and protected. Bzizi. His immortal foundation shone resplendently. A tiny golden figure that was identical to him hugged a small cauldron and flew out, merging with the great Tao of heaven and earth. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. The space here seemed to have solidified. It was unknown how many times stronger compared to Zi Tiandu's eternal imprisonment. The Taiji was the divine form of Yi Fan. His primordial spirit fused with the Tao, becoming an unfathomable point that rushed out of his original body, transforming into a variable. Like a ray of light from the absolute beginning, nothing could obstruct it. His primordial spirit hugged the small cauldron and slammed down from the sky, shattering Zi Tiandu's soul with a bang. Everything was silent, only the point formed by the reversal of the Taiji was moving. That point was none other than Yi Fan's primordial spirit and the small cauldron. From afar, the spectators also froze, as though they were frozen in this scene. Boom! Only when Zi Tiandu's soul exploded and Yi Fan's primordial spirit returned did everything begin to move again. Yi Fan instantly fled far away, leaving the scene. Zi Tiandu's body and soul were both destroyed. He didn't even have the chance to scream before he turned into dust. Who is it that killed my descendant without any mercy? A majestic voice shouted. In the air, an ancient character shone with divine light. It's me! Yi Fan stood in the air, unafraid. Bzizi. That ancient character shone brightly, transforming into a huge violet claw that covered the sky and earth. It wanted to destroy everything with a single strike. The heavens and earth trembled. Yi Fan decisively acted. Golden battle chi surged, drowning out the heavens and earth, disrupting the vision of everyone. He inscribed 18 ancient characters in the air. 9 of them were recorded in the Tao scriptures, while the other 9 were recorded in the Sun Sutra. He opened up a small world cage, concealing all auras and completely isolating it from the outside world. At this moment, Li Tianyan didn't hesitate and decisively acted. She directly took out the goddess furnace. The crystalline furnace erupted with blazing light as she smashed it into the cage. The rumbling was like the sea. Everything was indescribable and deafening. It was as if the sun, moon, and stars were falling down one by one. However, the people in the outside world could not perceive that they were using the weapon of a great sage of the human race to kill an ancient king's handwriting. The 18 ancient characters concealed its aura. Yi Fan, Li Tianyan, and Yan Ishi were domineering and decisive. They dared to directly obliterate the imprint of an ancient ancestor king. Zi Tiandu was dead. This news quickly spread, causing the southern mountains range to be in an uproar. Many people were dumbfounded and shocked. The ancient races were about to come into being. This kind of huge pressure made even the immortal divine dynasty feel suffocated. During these years, the human race had been facing a great enemy, and many people were restless. But now, someone had attacked the ancient royalty and killed the successor of the Valley of Gods. This was truly a great change. It was the first time someone had dared to do such a thing, and this caused a huge uproar. After killing Zi Tiandu, Yi Fan didn't leave. He stayed in a garden to admire the scenery. This made some people very uneasy, especially Qin Yuan, Lu Yunjie, and Xie Siyuan. They felt very uncertain. Yi Fan glanced at them indifferently and said, "As the talents of the southern mountains range, you should have your own backbone. Your ancestors were all heaven's prides who left their names in history." As soon as these words were spoken, they felt their faces burn. They cupped their hands and slowly retreated. The other party didn't turn hostile and attack them, which made them heave a sigh of relief. The zither rang out. At first, it was like a trickle of clear spring water. Then, it gradually became more intense and resounding. The sound of swords and spears filled the sky. At the end of the song, Wu Fei, one of the 4 great fairies of the Southern Mountains range, sighed and said, "Young masters, do you also think that I'm trying to curry favor with the ancient royalty? Of course not. Miss Wu is smart and intelligent. How could she be that kind of person?" Li Tian smiled and introduced himself warmly. Of course not. The 4 great fairies of the Southern Mountains range were peerless beauties whose beauty could cause the downfall of cities and countries. It was difficult to find anyone who could compare to them. Qi Haoshui was ranked 1st, and Wu Fei was ranked 3rd. Are you still going to stay here? Aren't you afraid of the enemy coming? Wu Fei, I'll sit here quietly and wait for them to come one by one. Yi Fan stood in the pavilion and spoke in a sonorous voice as he gazed into the distance. It was obvious that the outside world was already in an uproar. Who knew how many people were talking about the battle today? It was as if Yi Fan could already see Wang Teng, Hua Yunfei, Yuan Gu, and the people from the God of Assassins dynasty rushing over. You want to wait for them to come? Yen Ishi secretly asked. Naturally, we can't be sitting ducks waiting for them to come. When they are about to arrive, we'll intercept and kill them one by one. Yi Fan said in a deep voice. The wind gradually rose, and the sparkling flowers withered one after another and fluttered down. The ancient ancestors are about to come into being. What a huge pressure. Yi Fan muttered to himself. It was easier said than done to intimidate those ancient kings. Chapter 785. A great demon walked into this garden and bowed respectfully with a respectful expression. A few sect masters and living fossils had prepared a banquet and invited Yi Fan's group. Now, even the sect masters of the world had to be polite and careful towards Yi Fan out of fear of provoking this murderous god. He even dared to attack the archaic king race, so what else couldn't he do? One of the 4 great fairies, Wu Fei, was also invited to play an ancient song. She was an immortal at this kind of occasion and would add quite a bit of color to the banquet. As for Qin Yuan, Lu Yunjie, Kong Linghua, Xie Siyuan, and the others, they didn't have the chance. It was difficult for the other pearls of the Southern Mountains to have this kind of honor. This was a winter snow garden where goose feathers fluttered about. To be able to see such a scene in the Southern Mountains where it was like spring all year round, it was naturally the work of humans. The fragrance of plum blossoms came from the bitter cold and bloomed proudly in the wind. Pure white snow covered the ground and the biting cold air rushed at one's face. There were jade tables in the pavilions that were filled with delicacies and fine wine. Those who could sit here were all Southern Mountains' great demon or human race sect master-level figures. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any seats at all. After more than 10 years, Yi Fan's status was greatly different. He had seen some of the people here during the Jade Pool's Immortal Peach gathering in the past with the identity of the Southern Mountains Demon Lord. At that time, he could only watch from afar. Now, they were on equal footing, making him feel a wave of sorrow. In the past, there were quite a few people who chased after him, but now, all of them retreated. Few dared to directly attack him. Being able to see the human race's divine physique grow in these chaotic times is a great fortune. Thinking back to the ancient times, every time a divine physique appeared, it would quell the chaos, calm the world, and protect the universe. It was worthy of our respect and admiration. Indeed, in the ancient world, darkness chaos erupted several times. The human race's divine physique would always be born in these chaotic times, turning the tides and returning peace to the world. They would fight until the blood of the saints flowed and their corpses were buried on the battlefield. Their heroic spirit was matchless. Someone sighed with sorrow. It seemed to come from the bottom of his heart, and his words were filled with sorrow. People couldn't help but feel terrified when they talked about the battles of ancient times. Blood flowed like rivers in every battle, and corpses piled up like mountains. Even the first-rate saint physiques died in battle. One could well imagine how tragic it was. Yi Fan was silent in his heart. During that era, the forbidden zone of life was in chaos, and the gods from the outer realms invaded. It could be said to be full of calamities. It was also at that time that a great emperor was born to prove his Tao and quell all the calamities. And now it was an unprecedented era. The slumbering 10,000 ancient races were about to awaken. If they provoked the existences of the forbidden zones, just thinking about it made one's scalp go numb. Yi Fan would never forget how the first-rate Saint Physique had stained the cliff with his blood. He had been killed on the sacred cliff in his later years, and his blood had stained the entire mountain. That kind of tragedy, that kind of great enemy, that kind of great battle, was really unimaginable. Even the divine physique of the human race could only die in dejection. Their corpses were buried in the ground, and they were buried with invincibility for a lifetime, but in the end, they were defeated and died miserably. The ancient great battle was tragic and shocking. Many ancient texts recorded that the old friends and relatives of the first-rate Saint Physique had all died in battle. Not even he could protect them, and he could only feed them holy blood to help prolong their lives. Have we reached that kind of era again? Yi Fan said to himself. Perhaps it was even worse now. The forbidden zones weren't stable, and deities appeared. Perhaps things would become many times more complicated. He didn't know if such a bitter battle would happen again in the future. Would he be able to protect those at his side? This is a great era that has never been seen since the ancient times. Once the archaic kings all appear, will there still be any space for us to survive? Someone said pessimistically. Since a long time ago, the human race had always been in a disadvantageous position. To be honest, perhaps only in Wuxia's era did the human race truly become powerful and fearless. They truly suppressed all sides and became the main characters of the world. At the end of the immortal path, Wuxia's Tao became empty. This wasn't a random name, but rather because he swept through everything. What darkness, what unmatched existences, all those that dared to come into being were all killed. He swept through everything before him without the slightest bit of suspense, making even the heavens tremble. All of the sources of calamity and chaos went dormant. In his era, there weren't any great disasters that appeared. The great ancient emperors had already passed away, returning to the yellow earth. Now, a terrifying era of chaos had arrived. There wasn't a single person who wasn't anxious. These sect masters and living fossils reminisced about the sages and the past. They thought about the great emperor from afar. If there was still one in this world, then there was no need to worry. However, things were different now. One of the southern mountain's 4 great heavenly ladies, Wu Fei, was playing the zither at the side. The melody carried a bit of sadness as it recalled the ancient sages, deeply affecting everyone's mood. Everyone admired the snow and the plum blossoms. They drank the wine in their cups and discussed the past and present. Regardless of whether it was sincere or not, they all seemed to be moved. Many thanks for everyone's banquet. Unfortunately, there is someone who doesn't allow me to drink to my heart's content. I can't continue. Yi Fan drank the last cup of wine and placed the jade cup on the stone table. Little brother Yi, why do you say this? An old sect master asked. At this point, even those over 2,000 years old would treat him as someone of the same generation. Forget it. Everyone, continue drinking. I will perform a sword dance to liven things up. Don't ruin the atmosphere. Yi Fan stood up. Is there someone coming? Yen Ishi secretly asked. Yes, they came quickly. Before I could go out to intercept them, there were people from the ancient assassin's divine court who already arrived. Yi Fan transmitted sound, having him and Li Tian hold onto the goddess furnace tightly and carefully protect themselves. Who wants to borrow a sword? Yi Fan stood up, arriving in the courtyard where snow fluttered about, standing between the plum blossoms. Being able to watch the human race's divine body perform a sword dance truly is a great blessing. This old one has a war sword. An ancient demon gifted a long sword. Clang! In an instant, the long sword was unsheathed. A beam of divine light flashed by and with a piercing sound, blood splattered through the air. The head of a male flew through the air as fresh blood flowed freely. This is... Everyone was greatly shocked. Someone actually managed to sneak up on them and they didn't even discover their presence at such a close distance. This was truly a terrifying matter. This was a middle-aged man with a cultivation base at the second level of Immortal Foundation. The most terrifying thing was his concealment arts. A beam of light shot through the air. Yi Fan slashed out with his sword again, piercing through the air. With a piercing sound, a flower of blood splattered through the air, piercing through the skull of a person, nailing him to death. How can this be? Everyone felt their hair standing on end. There was someone hiding within tens of feet of them. This was definitely a sign of danger. At this moment, two beams of light that were even more dazzling than comets shot through the air, slashing towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan wasn't afraid at all. It was like he had long expected this. He punched out with his left fist, instantly shattering one of the old assassins into pieces. With a slash of the long sword in his right hand, he cleaved the other assassin into two. Everyone, there's nothing to be afraid of. It's just a minor trick. As long as I use the illusion-breaking art, they won't be able to hide. Yi Fan spoke. After that, he recited a secret art that originated from the Celestial Court. Retreat. A voice rang out in the air. In an instant, over 20 people actually rushed out of the snow garden, fleeing in all directions. So many assassins had appeared, causing everyone to feel a chill in their hearts. The godchild of the ancient assassin god dynasty? Isn't it said that he can kill all kings? I've been waiting here all this while, why don't I dare to show myself? Yi Fan raised the divine sword that was dripping with blood and chased after them. His speed was too fast, and it seemed like he was killing one person every 10 steps. Blood was dripping everywhere. This small world was once again thrown into chaos. Everyone was dumbfounded. The human race's divine physique was truly too ferocious. They had always heard that it was the people from the ancient assassin god dynasty who assassinated others, but now he was the one chasing after them instead. His entire path was dyed in blood. If your godchild doesn't show himself, none of you can even think of leaving today, shouted Yi Fan. He chased after them all the way. When he arrived at the exit of the small world, only 2 of the 20 people were left. However, it was useless even if they managed to escape. In the skies above Vermilion Bird City, Yi Fan had cut them in half at the waist. Not a single one of them could escape. The air suddenly trembled. In the skies above Vermilion Bird City, 9 killing swords shot out at the same time, piercing towards the center. At the same time, they laid down an ancient killing formation to refine Yi Fan within. These were 9 elders. All of them were filled with hostility and dense killing intent. They had definitely crawled over a pile of corpses, and it was unknown just how many people they had killed. 9 terrifying old assassins moved out at the same time. Your godchild is too careful. Doesn't he want to kill me? Yet he doesn't dare to show himself. What killing to prove one's Tao? In my opinion, he's just using hiding to prove one's Tao. Yi Fan ridiculed. However, his gaze was very cold. He opened his mouth and spat out the King Divine Weapon, the Diamond Chakram, and the Black Magnet Mountain also rushed out from the back of his head. He used the travel formula and rushed out of the killing formation in an instant. Nowadays, there were very few formations that could trap him. The Diamond Chakram was a King Divine Weapon that could split mountains and split the heavens. Anything that was hit by it would collapse. When Yi Fan took out this magic treasure, one of the old assassins was immediately filled with resentment. Let's go. Many of our secret techniques are useless against him. He can see through the mysteries of the heavens. Shouted someone. It's too late. None of you can even think of leaving today. Yi Fan chased after them. The people of the ancient god dynasty of assassins were terrified. The secret techniques they had learned were useless. There was no way they could hide. How was this an assassination? It was an open battle. In Vermilion Bird City, countless cultivators looked up and saw Yi Fan activate all kinds of weapons. The Diamond Chakram, the Black Magnet Mountain, the God's Striking Whip, the Black King's Chariot, the Myriad Chi Cauldron, and others burst out with light at the same time as he killed in all directions. This was a massacre. He killed in all directions alone. The sword in his hand was dripping with blood, and the Myriad Chi Cauldron and other things were smashed into the void. There were many assassins, and they were indeed hiding. It was difficult for outsiders to detect them, But in front of Yi Fan, they had nowhere to hide. People constantly saw him kill out of the void, causing flowers of blood to bloom. He understands the secret techniques of our god dynasty of assassins. Should we make a move? The two people behind him most likely have ancient era's sacred weapons. I have a horrifying feeling. Looks like we can't make a move this time. In the distant sky, a man and a woman were talking softly. They merged with the heaven and earth, so no one could see them. Only an aura that could terrify living fossils filled the air. It was like the reincarnation of an immortal killing god. They were the divine son and goddess of the ancient god dynasty of assassins. On the other side, an ancient golden chariot tore through the sky. When it saw Yi Fan killing in all directions, the chariot suddenly stopped. Wang Teng's hair was disheveled, and his body shone brightly. He stood on the golden chariot without moving, not taking another step forward. In the north, Hua Yunfei, who had mastered the heaven-devouring demonic technique, fluttered in the wind. He was like an immortal that had descended to the world, indescribably elegant and otherworldly. Not far away, Li Xiaoman, who was dressed in snow-white clothes, sat in the void. There was a deity sitting in each of the 365 golden whirlpools around her. She suddenly opened her eyes and said, "The symbiotic deity sensed it. There must be a weapon of the human race's great sage beside it." In the void even further away, a blurry and tall figure stood alone. He said, "Saint Physique of the human race, I rushed here from the north just for you. You killed Zetian, so it's worth me making a move." At the same time, Yi Fan seemed to have sensed something. He looked around and said, "Since you are all here, why don't you dare to come out and fight?" The vast sky was silent, and no one answered. Many great enemies stood in the void, and no one approached. Chapter 786. The Vermilion Bird City was quite famous in the southern mountains. In this region dominated by the demonic race, any city that dared to name itself with such a name would have an immortal legend. It was one of the 10 great ancient cities. The ancient cauldron floated above Yi Fan's head. Tens of thousands of strands of origin energy poured down and protected him. He stood upright with his sword in hand. Beads of blood dripped down from the blade, making him look like a god of death. In the distance, no one responded. The entire sky was silent. Countless cultivators in the city were watching, but no one dared to speak. They didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. Yi Fan was more like an assassin than an assassin. The massacre just now caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Dozens of assassins from the ancient celestial dynasty were nailed to death by his sword. "Since you came for me, why don't you come and fight?" This was the aura of someone who dared to face the world alone. Yi Fan stood motionlessly in the sky. "Kill." At this moment, the sound of cavalry galloping could be heard from afar. They were like a black mountain torrent that surged over. "Who dares to touch my little brother Yi? Children, kill them." The barbarian race's army appeared through the realm gate. They covered the sky and covered the earth. The roars of humans and beasts filled the sky. Everyone's hair stood on end. The southern mountains' barbarian race's name had shaken the world. They had flattened the ancient clans of the northern plains and became a force that no one dared to provoke. Banners fluttered in the wind. Strange beasts rampaged and ancient chariots appeared one after another. These were the spoils of war from the northern plains Wang clan. Who wouldn't be afraid of such an army? There would be sect-exterminating disasters at every turn. Everyone shrunk their necks and stayed as far away as they could. At this moment, people finally understood how close the relationship between the barbarian race and Yi Fan was. They had become his strongest backing. Provoking him in the southern mountains was akin to courting death. Roar, a muffled roar shook the entire land. A gigantic creature soared through the sky. Its body was like a mountain ridge and its wings were larger than the clouds. It covered the entire sky and cast a large shadow on the ground. The barbarian race's protector, the Azure Dragon, had arrived. Yi Fan felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He knew that the barbarian tribe was expressing their stance that no one in the southern mountains land was allowed to harm the sacred physique. Otherwise, why would they have invited this king today? "Let's go." The divine son and divine daughter of the two ancient divine dynasties of assassins vanished into the sky without making a sound. Jianghu was tall and sturdy, but his figure was a blur in the sky. He couldn't be seen clearly, only a powerful aura pervaded the air. Up in the sky, the azure dragon turned its massive body and looked in this direction. Jianghu was expressionless as he finally chose to retreat. No matter how confident he was, he didn't dare to fight against this Peak King. What a grand lineup! Li Tian and Yao Yan Ishi were speechless. Yi Fan knew that it would be difficult for a battle to take place today. Those people would most likely be frightened away. No one would dare to fight against the Azure Dragon and face off against so many cavalry. In the distance, on top of an ancient golden chariot, Wang Teng's hair was disheveled. He was on the verge of insanity as he roared towards the sky like a wounded beast. It was this barbarian race army that had destroyed his clan and turned the Wang clan into a thing of the past. This was a great hatred, especially after seeing the chariots that belonged to his clan. His eyes turned red. Swoosh! Yi Fan immediately sensed his aura. He activated the Rho formula and charged into the sky. He was extremely fast, like a bolt of lightning tearing through the sky. Rumble! A golden tunnel appeared in the sky as the golden chariot carried Wang Ting into it. Although he was mad with hatred and roared towards the sky, he didn't lose his mind and retreated in the end. Wang Ting, where are you going? Yi Fan's fist shattered the void, but he was still one step too late and couldn't stop Wang Ting. The Vermilion Bird City was in an uproar. The insufferably arrogant Wang Ting had escaped. This was a strange story as everyone remembered how powerful he was in the past. Wang Ting escaped and didn't fight. How rare! The end of the Wang clan's era has caused the so-called North the Arch to lose some confidence. Now, the rise of the human saint physique is unstoppable. People were discussing. Even the powerful Wang Ting had chosen to retreat. It was evident how powerful Yi Fan was now. Everyone's hearts trembled. Yi Fan stood in the sky and looked around. His expression suddenly froze as his pupils contracted. At the end of the horizon, a white-robed beauty flashed and disappeared. Li Xiaoman! Yi Fan soared into the sky and chased after her. He raised the Six Paths reincarnation fist to the limit and punched out. Kacha! The entire sky collapsed and everything in front of him was in ruins. The spatial rift extended very far and turned into a space-time turbulence. Yi Fan's eyes were frightening as he rushed towards the horizon with lightning speed. He saw a black hole disappear and the white-robed beauty was gone. You even killed Pangbo. What else can't you do? If you appear in front of me one day. His words were cold as he stood in place for a long time. The barbarian army arrived and scared off all the enemies. No one dared to stop, and the battle that was about to start was interrupted. Let's go back to the tribe to eat and drink. An old barbarian patted Yi Fan's shoulder. Some of your friends are guests in our mountains. They should be here soon after hearing the news. Another old man laughed loudly. These people were very bold and straightforward. They dragged Yi Fan, Li Tian, and Yan Ishi into the region gate. Not long after, the heaven and earth changed. They appeared in the depths of a mountain. This was a prehistoric scene. All kinds of ancient beasts ran amok and their roars shook the sky. When they entered the barbarian tribe, there was indeed a group of people on the formation platform. Just as they were about to cross the void, Yi Fan saw two familiar figures. Divine Physique Jianghu. After so many years, he looked even more powerful. He stood there calmly with thick black hair. He was as majestic as a mountain and had a frightening aura. He already had the bearing of an invincible divine king. Beside him was a young girl in purple. She was bright and beautiful. She was like a budding celestial bud, swaying with boundless spiritual energy. Little Yi, you're back? Jianghu was stunned and then slowly walked over. How have you been doing in the starry sky all these years? Although she was smiling, her eyes were misty. 12 years. There are so many stars in the sky. I can't count them all. My eyes are sore. She smiled as tears rolled down her cheeks. Yi Fan went forward and gently wiped the tears off her face. He slowly told her about his experiences in the outer realms. Ji Haoyue didn't like Yi Fan at all. He didn't have a good expression on his face. For more than 10 years, every night when he saw his sister standing alone on the white jade platform, staring at the starry sky and muttering to herself, he wanted to drag Yi Fan out and beat him up. Ji Ziyue didn't change much after more than a decade. When she was happy, her eyes would still turn into crescent moons and there would be little dimples on her face. When she frowned, her nose would also wrinkle. The pair of canine teeth in her mouth would shine brightly. She was intelligent and mischievous, which would infect people with a single glance and make them feel relaxed. Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue strolled outside the tribe and talked about their experiences over the years. There were waves in the calmness and tears in the laughter. Their shadows were elongated under the setting sun. Li Tian stood on a boulder in the tribe and looked at the two figures under the setting sun. He prodded Ji Haoyue and said, "Brother, do you have any girls? It's the first time I've seen such a beautiful and heavenly woman with overflowing spiritual splendor." Just as he finished his sentence, he realized that he had been thrown into the air by Ji Haoyue and landed on top of a mountain. F***ck, if you really have a sister, please don't be like you. Li Tian had a rotten mouth. In the end, Ji Haoyue still took the initiative to speak to Li Tian. However, his attitude wasn't very good. He just wanted him to bring a message for Yi Fan. Go and ask him. If he only treats Ziyue as a girl next door, get him to scram immediately and never appear again. It's enough for Ziyue to have a brother like me. She doesn't need him to make up the numbers. One could see his love for Ji Ziyue and his dissatisfaction with Yi Fan all these years. Don't. Yi Brat is a bastard. Don't you still have me? I'll make him scram in a while. Li Tian said and tried to get close to Yi Fan. At night the bonfire danced. Flood dragons, rocks, and all kinds of rare meat emitted a rich fragrance. The color was golden and glossy. It made people salivate. Pile after pile of flames lit up the place. The whole tribe was very lively. At this moment, Yi Fan's expression was solemn. He sat on a divine platform and used his golden blood qi to melt a piece of ice. Little Yi, I didn't expect us brothers to meet again. But I don't have much time left. Li Heishui's aura was weak. His body was full of wounds that flickered with black light. They were corroding his vitality and making it hard for him to heal. With me here, you can't even die even if you want to. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Yi Fan took a deep breath. Then, the blood qi in his body evaporated and turned into a blazing golden light. It all entered Li Heishui's body and helped him expel the black light. This is the blood qi of an ancient emperor's descendant. It's hard to get rid of it. Just a little bit will bring me back to life. It's been torturing me for many years. I can't hold on anymore. Li Heishui said, I'll use my divine blood to cleanse your body. You'll definitely recover. Yi Fan said no more. A golden blood qi rushed out from the top of his head and spiraled downwards, entering Li Heishui's body. The heavenly Tao resonated. Countless Tao flowers bloomed, drowning Yi Fan and Li Heishui. The divine platform was filled with a fragrance that interweaved with all kinds of great Tao patterns. No wonder the ancient records say that the blood of a divine physique is comparable to a divine medicine. It saved many comrades who were on the verge of death during that bitter turmoil. When people saw that Yi Fan's blood was actually expelling the black light, they all revealed happy expressions. They knew that Li Heishui could be saved. Suddenly, a medicinal fragrance wafted through the air. Yi Fan took out a pristine jade bottle and opened the seal. Immediately, 36 small dragons that were less than an inch long rushed out, filling the entire ancient tribe with spiritual energy. Yi Fan blew a breath of air and dissolved 12 of them. They turned into a blazing radiance that wrapped around Li Heishui. Then he sealed the remaining 24 dragons back into the bottle. This was the liquid drop of the immortal dragon elixir from the nest of 10,000 dragons. It was born together with the coffin of monarch Ruthless Yang, and had always been treasured by Yi Fan. Now, it finally came in handy. Immortal medicine. There's no problem in bringing the dead back to life. On the contrary, there'll be a great overflow, a complete transformation. The barbarian elders couldn't help but exclaim. Boom. In the end, the golden blood energy boiled and Li Heishui's joints crackled. He couldn't help but cry out. Okay, in another half a month, you'll be a good man again, full of vigor. Yi Fan stood up. His whole body was drenched in sweat. This is really good news. Come, let's eat and drink. An old barbarian laughed. I also want to go. Li Heishui was sitting cross-legged on the divine platform. You're still watching us eat rock meat and drink old wine. Many people laughed. Recuperate well. When the time comes, we'll kill our way to the eastern wasteland and find the whereabouts of Pang Bo and the Black Emperor. So what if they have the ancient bloodline? This time I'll go meet them, Yifan said. He would believe anyone who died. Only the Black Emperor fell, and he felt that he was the most unreliable. That kind of dog that gave him a headache would probably live longer than anyone else. Yi Fan felt that even if he was killed, that dog would still be alive and kicking. Chapter 787. It was another moonlit night. Golden blood energy filled the air in the barbarian tribe, rumbling like thunder. For half a month, Yi Fan used his own divine blood to baptize Li Heishui every day, leaving many speechless. This was not as simple as healing. It was purely to help his cultivation. Yi Fan didn't hesitate to use the golden blood to cleanse his body, exchanging divine blood every day. The immortal dragon medicine fused with the Tao and the divine blood refined his body. These days, Li Heishui had been in pain and joy. He had been reborn, almost shedding a flesh shell and growing a new body. In the end, his dispirited expression was swept away and he became spirited. His body flowed with precious light, and every move he made was accompanied by the sound of Tao. Back then, Yi Fan had relied on Li Heishui's help when he first entered the divine city of the northern region. He had slowly accumulated enough to break the curse. Thus, he didn't hesitate to pay any price and even imprinted many of his spiritual comprehension into Li Heishui's body with the help of the divine blood, allowing him to fuse with the Tao. The benefits were great. In these years, Li Heishui had grown up amidst the pursuit and experienced unimaginable tribulations. Today, he had become a sect master-level figure in one leap. In front of the bonfire, Yi Fan, Li Heishui, Li Tian, the Ji siblings, Dongfang Man, and the others all had a jar of old wine in front of them. Everyone drank to their heart's content, creating a lively scene. From time to time, a group of old barbarians would come over, each more valiant than the last. They would compete with them in drinking, and even the young people couldn't resist. Yi Fan didn't hide anything and told them about his journey to the Ziwei ancient star region. Everyone was shocked and filled with yearning. They couldn't speak for a long time. Then, Li Heishui also talked about his experiences in these years. It wasn't easy for him to survive until now. Zi Tian was terrifying, but Pang Bo and Dongfang Yi could fight against him. The main thing was that they were surrounded and defeated. As for the ancient assassin's court, they were impossible to defend against. Li Heishui's eyes turned red at the mention of this, and he couldn't help but cry. His grandfather Li Heng had been nailed to a stone cliff by an old assassin's spear to save them. His blood flowed out and his body dried up. Sooner or later, I'll King kill them and trample the ancient divine dynasty of killers into dog shit. He bit his lips so hard that they bled. The dead cannot come back to life. Yi Fan spoke words of consolation and drank a large bowl of wine with him. How about we also establish a great sect? You want to establish a sect? What should we call it? An old barbarian nearby asked. Celestial Court. Yi Fan spat out these two words. That's a good name. No, that sounds familiar. Isn't that? Another old berserker had a strange expression on his face. That's right, it's the Celestial Court of old. Stop killing with killing and let it reappear in the world, Yi Fan said calmly. The Celestial Court had a special meaning. Firstly, it was the name of the ancient dynasty of killers. Secondly, it was the court of heaven in the legends. Rumor had it that the Azure Emperor wanted to establish a celestial court in his later years. When the day comes that the Celestial Court is re-established, I'll join in. I'll rule the world and eliminate those enemies. Li Heishui responded. Afterward, they began to talk about their great enemies over the years. Yuan Gu was really terrifying. No one was a match for him once he made a move. If the Red Dragon Taoist hadn't appeared, everyone would have been annihilated. Jianghu had his eyes on the 9 slashes of the demonic sovereign and wanted to seize it. However, he didn't succeed in the end. He was blocked by the Red Dragon Taoist, who had achieved the Immortal 3rd slash many years ago. The Red Dragon Taoist has finally entered the ranks of kings. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Not far away, a living fossil from the Berserker race sighed and said, "If it wasn't for this world, how could there be so few kings in this world? And it's even harder to see saints." Fortunately, the world has started to change again in these years. "A prosperous era will appear," another old man said. Yi Fan planned to head east and search those battlefields. If they were alive, he wanted to see them. If they were dead, he wanted to see their corpses. He wanted to find out the whereabouts of his old friends. "There's no need to look for Lu Ko. I saw with my own eyes that his body and soul were destroyed. His flesh and blood splattered everywhere." Li Heishui clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned blue. Apart from Wang Teng, Hua Yunfei, and the others, there was also a group of mysterious experts whose identities were still unknown. They had entered the Taishinjua Peak to kill Zhang Wensheng. They had also ambushed Lu Yi, who had left the Jade Pool. Although they didn't succeed, they had displayed shocking strength. It was these people who had chased Wu Zhongtian and Jiang Huairan to the ends of the earth. Lu Ko had been turned into broken bones and rotten flesh by one of them. Old friends from the Eastern Baron. Yi Fan spat out these words. They were definitely targeting him. In the end, they had vented their hatred on the people he knew. "I wonder how Brother Monkey is doing. If it wasn't for him, we really wouldn't be alive now." At the mention of the sacred battle ape, everyone couldn't help but worry. They hadn't heard from him for a long time. The Tian Prince had sent out a group of ancient creatures. It was obvious that he was targeting the monkey. Yi Fan said, "Look for old friends, test the bloodline of ancient emperors, kill those mysterious people, and destroy the divine sons of the ancient divine dynasty. This battlefield will be in the Eastern Baron. As for Wang Ting, Hua Yunfei, Li Xiaoman, and the others, they will follow me." During this half a month, many people on the ground felt an unusual atmosphere. There were ancient creatures appearing in various places from time to time. Finally, news came from the northern region. Some ancient kings had awakened. In the place where they were sleeping, there was a shocking phenomenon. Pressure, suffocation. This was the common feeling of many human experts. What was an ancient king? It was an ancient saint-level expert. Once they appeared, they could sweep away everything. No one could resist them. In such a precarious situation, the human race didn't have a successor. Almost all of the saints had withered, so what could they use to resist? They could only hope that both sides wouldn't invade each other. Otherwise, once a battle broke out, it would be a one-sided situation. This kind of pressure made many human sect masters' hair turn white in a single night. On this day, the northern region's divine valley shone brightly. An ancient creature transmitted a message to the outside, shaking the mountains and rivers. It was like the roar of thunder from the 9 heavens. In order to avoid implicating the innocent, the human race's saint physique has come to beg for forgiveness. After this emotionless voice rang out, the world was shaken. They wanted to use Yi Fan as an example. He had killed the Divine Valley's young master, Zitindu. This ancient royal race directly gave such a reply. No matter who it is or what power it is, anyone who dares to protect a saint physique will be uprooted and exterminated. The Divine Valley was powerful and decisive. This was their voice. As one of the most powerful ancient royal races, they shouted these words with the power of a monarch. This was a powerful pressure that directly pointed at the Southern Mountains barbarian race. This was the archaic royal race's Divine Valley. They dared to look down on all inheritances under the heavens. They now clearly expressed their attitude. The saint physique had to die, and he had to kneel outside the Divine Valley. Whoever dared to stop him or protect him would be waiting for their clan to be wiped out. The world was silent. Everyone was thinking to themselves. The future was full of difficulties after all. A great dark upheaval was most likely about to arrive. Damn Divine Valley, little Yi, don't say anything else. Just hide for now. When the saint physique reaches the great completion stage, we'll directly overturn them and kill them all. Li Heishui said angrily. This day has come so quickly, Yi Fan said to himself. He indeed felt a great pressure. An unprecedented chaotic era was about to arrive. On the same day, Yi Fan powerfully shouted out his own words in the southern mountains. What did the Divine Valley count for? It was trash. This evaluation of just 2 words shook the world. Everyone realized that the human race's saint physique was determined to challenge the archaic royal race. However, the people didn't know why he was so domineering. It was as if he didn't fear anything at all. Yi Fan's words were coarse as he continued to fire. You're already so protective after the death of a disciple. You only dare to bully the younger generation. When the great human emperor returns, all of you will be trash. It was unknown how many cultivators felt a lingering fear. Had the human race's saint physique gone crazy? He really dared to say anything. Even though he was powerful, he still hadn't reached the stage where he was unrivaled under the heavens. He hadn't reached the great completion stage, so what did he have to rely on? The Divine Valley was furious. They said that unless the great human emperor came back to life, no one could save Yi Fan. If he didn't kneel and die, they would kill everyone related to him. If I become a saint in the future, I will definitely destroy the entire Divine Valley and kill them all. I hereby swear this. The human race's saint physique once again shouted out in a domineering manner, shocking the people until they didn't dare to speak. Was he crazy? What could he use to challenge them? Could he escape this disaster? Why did he dare to do this? This was the question on everyone's mind. My human race has nothing to fear because a great emperor is about to return. On this day, Yi Fan released an earth-shattering piece of news. What? The entire world was stunned. Even the archaic royal race, the Divine Valley, began to feel a bit of doubt. A divine physique at the great completion stage was indeed terrifying. During the dark times of the past, it had stabilized the world, quelled chaos, protected the universe, and protected the human race. However, the current Yi Fan was still far from reaching this realm. Why did he dare to kill Zi Tiandu, humiliate the Divine Valley, and even threaten to kill the ancient emperor bloodline Jianghu? He challenged the archaic royal race again and again. This was too illogical. Do you all know why I was able to return after 12 years? That is because our human race has a great sage who proved his Tao in outer space. He is known as the Mad Emperor, and he was the one who sent me back. When this earth-shattering news came out, the entire world was thrown into an uproar. No one knew whether it was true or false, and they all began to discuss fervently. The Divine Valley is dregs. If you want to rule the world, you are still far from it. If you dare to run amok in this world, the day the Mad Emperor returns will be the day you all die. These were Yi Fan's arrogant words. Many people were speechless. To curse the Divine Valley's royal race like this and challenge them without the slightest scruple, he was no different from a madman. However, on this day, Yi Fan displayed images of the imprints above Vermilion Bird City to prove his words. Everyone was dumbfounded. The old madman fought against an entire ship of ancestral kings alone. Each of his fists crushed a saint, and he even easily blew up a 1,000-armed devil at the great sage level. The human race didn't know whether this was true or false, but when someone copied these imprints and sent them to the northern region, the archaic races were greatly shaken. It's them, the supreme experts of the past. There are 3 great sages among them. Several years ago, they sensed the aura of the warship traveling through the cosmos through the archaic divine altar, but they lost contact with it in the end. They didn't expect to see such a scene today. So many ancestral kings, were they all killed by a single human? Even if he didn't confirm the Tao, he should still be a quasi-emperor. The ancient races were all shaken, and all of them were dumbfounded. They didn't know the state of these ancient kings at that time. They had long since exhausted their essence energy and didn't have the strength to fight. They only saw the old madman's fists shatter an ancient king. This was shocking, and it caused many ancient creatures to feel a chill. Divine Valley, you are all dregs. At this moment, Yi Fan's voice rang out from the southern mountains. Little Yi, your scolding is quite satisfying, but can it really suppress them? Li Heishui was in high spirits. He felt incomparably happy to scold the divine valley like this. No, it's far from enough. I need a true great emperor to appear. I want to go to the eastern wasteland, Yifen said. Chapter 788. Had the human race's sacred physique gone mad? Everyone was in a daze. To curse the ancient imperial race and call the Valley of Gods trash, just how much courage did one have to say such things? To challenge the ancient imperial race without the slightest scruple, many human sect masters were alarmed. They were afraid that the Valley of Gods would vent its anger on everyone. When Wang Ting found out about all of this, he was a bit stunned. No matter how arrogant he was in the past, he wouldn't have dared to do this. Yi Fan's actions made him speechless. On the cliff, Hua Yunfei stood silently for a long time without saying anything. He knew that he could look down on the world, but he didn't have the courage to go berserk against the ancient kings. A divine waterfall descended from the sky like a heavenly river, creating a vast expanse of whiteness. Mist curled up and multicolored mist rose. Sacred child Yao Guang thought for a long time as he gazed into the horizon. Within the divine city of the north, a sloppy Taoist with disheveled hair and an ancient Taoist robe held a jar of wine in his hand. The smell of alcohol filled the air as he said, "Well scolded. The Valley of Gods is trash." The surrounding people were terrified. Since Taoist divine Silkworm dared to say such things, they didn't dare to listen. They all scattered in an uproar. In the northern region, the Blood Phoenix Mountain was invincible and towered into the clouds. Its entire body was scarlet as if it had been dyed in phoenix blood. Since ancient times, it had always been a secret land that no one could set foot in. Even the ancient creatures revered it. At this moment, there were two people sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak. One of them was like a boulder that had existed since ancient times and hadn't moved a single step. Only after a long time did he open his eyes and say, "I only exist for the Tao and don't care about anything else." On the other side was a young man shrouded in five-colored divine light. He was so handsome that all the women in the world would be jealous of him. After hearing this, he didn't say anything and just stood up to leave. Only when he was about to leave the mountain peak did he speak. "Huang Shudao, continue your seclusion. It won't be too long. After I slay the Tao 3 times, I'll go kill the sacred prince myself." In the distance, an old servant was waiting with a hunched back. He heard this and said, "In a battle of the same level, if the heavenly prince isn't number 1, who would dare to call themselves number 1? An old servant from the Blood Phoenix Mountain said, "Proving the Tao doesn't rely on bloodline power. Go kill the human race's sacred physique. He looks too much." The heavenly prince, who was shrouded in 5-colored divine light, said. Outside Origin Ancient Mine, the fire Qilin came again. He merged with heaven and earth, his magical body crushing the void. His body couldn't be seen clearly, only feeling like an undying monument. If I want to prove my Tao, should I start by killing the sacred physique of the human clan, or should I start by purging other people with the bloodline of the ancient emperor? Even the ancient race was incomparably complicated. What Yi Fan had to face was much more difficult than he had imagined. Ever since Yi Fan cursed Divine Spirit Valley and spread news of the crazy old man killing the ancestral king's imprints in outer space, all clans were shaken. They all wanted to find him and understand what was going on. The people of the world. The god of the world. But if others were to find out, they would definitely curse him as a madman who didn't know the difference between life and death. That was the residence of the archaic king clans, so he was simply walking right into a trap. If others knew, they would definitely call him a madman. He didn't know the difference between life and death. That was the residence of the archaic king race. He was simply walking right into a trap. Yi Fan was going to do something dangerous. He didn't want others to know, and he couldn't let them take the risk. He alone was enough. His first stop was the sacred cliff. He stood outside the pitch-black mountain for a long time. He wanted to go in, but he couldn't take a single step in. The Black Mountain was majestic and oppressive. They were all the kings of the mountain, the emperors of the mountain. There was an oppressive aura about them. In the depths of the mountain, there was a blood-soaked cliff. The corpse of a great completion's sacred physique rested here. There were too many sinister and strange things. What a pity! Even if I make it out alive, I will most likely be killed by this corpse if I go there again. Yi Fan thought of the green hair on the great completion's sacred physique. That type of terrifying scene was unforgettable. He felt that it was too strange. In the end, he left. The northern region was vast and boundless. Every piece of scarlet land spanned hundreds of thousands of li, and only a few oases dotted the area. After more than 10 years of separation, Yi Fan once again stepped foot on this land that lacked vitality. All sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. The reason he was able to break the curse and have today's accomplishments were all because of this place. He didn't waste any time and directly rushed towards an oasis with lakes and rivers everywhere. He arrived at the Green Flood Dragon King's place of seclusion. This was a small world with a circumference of over 100 li. It wasn't that vast, and it was left behind by an ancient saint. It was separated from the world. In the past, Yi Fan had barged into the Immortal Palace to save Pangbo. Now, he came here in secret, disguised as an ancient demon. He didn't want any news to leak out, and after displaying his great power, he entered this important place. However, what Yi Fan didn't expect was that the Green Flood Dragon King had already passed away in meditation 2 years ago and was buried within a pond. Time truly is merciless. The pitiful path of cultivation seeks longevity, yet in the end, death is still unavoidable. Yi Fan sighed softly. He stood in front of the pond in a daze. How powerful was the Green Flood Dragon King back then, daring to chase after the lord of a holy land together with the Peacock King? In the end, no matter how great of a hero you were no different from an ordinary person. Your body and Tao could only disappear, turning into a wisp of smoke and dust, no longer existing. When a dragon dies, it returns to the sea. I buried him in his favorite pond. A familiar voice sounded from behind him. Yi Fan paid his respects, bowing towards the pond. He chanted a bit of Taoism's salvation scripture, engraving auspicious formation patterns, and only then did he get up. I pay my respects to Senior Scarlet Dragon. Yi Fan returned to his true body. At the shore of the pond, there was an old Taoist priest who was extremely shriveled. He wore ancient Taoist robes, full of essence energy, blood energy exuberant. It was unknown just how many times more powerful than before. This was precisely the Scarlet Dragon Old Taoist. He successfully executed the Tao 3 times, passing that trial. Now, he was already a king who could overlook the world. Truly, the younger generation will surpass the older. After not seeing you for more than 10 years, you already have this type of strength. The Scarlet Dragon Taoist said with a sigh. Yi Fan was truly grateful towards him. Back then, the Scarlet Dragon Old Taoist took action several times to help him, not hesitating to take action against the sect masters of various holy lands. He wouldn't forget this. After being separated for so many years, too many things happened. The two of them were both deeply moved. When they talked about some old friends, they couldn't help but sigh. The Scarlet Dragon Old Taoist didn't have many old friends left, all of them passing away in meditation. How is the Peacock King? Yi Fan asked. Back then I had 8 sworn brothers, but now only him and I are left. The Scarlet Dragon Taoist released a long sigh. Too much had been erased over the years, leaving behind quite a bit of desolation. What made Yi Fan feel at ease was that the Peacock King was fine. After successfully severing the Tao, he was currently in seclusion, consolidating his foundation. In the future, he would shine with unmatched brilliance. With his aptitude, he should have already severed the Tao a long time ago, just that this heaven and earth didn't allow it. The Scarlet Dragon Taoist said. Yi Fan was deeply aware of how terrifying the Peacock King was. There were so many great figures in the eastern wasteland, but only he could give the Holy Lands headaches. This wasn't only because he stood at the very peak, but also because he was shockingly talented, standing tall in the 7 Limits domain. For people like the Peacock King and the Scarlet Dragon Old Taoist, if the heaven and earth hadn't changed, they would have long crossed the 3 Immortals trial. Why didn't saints appear? Why were kings rarely seen? Everything was because after the desolate antiquity era, the heaven and earth's natural laws changed, making it difficult for one to verify the Tao. Under this type of background, every single existence that could sever the Tao or become a saint had all types of complicated reasons. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult to pass, and it couldn't be replicated. If not for the heaven and earth's restrictions, there would be far more powerful cultivators than there were now. The Scarlet Dragon Taoist sensed that the heaven and earth were moving again, all of the natural laws starting to repeat themselves. That was why he succeeded in breaking through in one go a few years ago, and now, the Peacock King also took that step. Why did the 10,000 ancient races choose to appear at this time? According to the Scarlet Dragon Taoist speculations, after the heaven and earth changed again this time, it would continue for an endless amount of time and wouldn't repeat. The ancient races had come into being and could cultivate without fear. In the future, many super powerful existences would definitely appear. If the human race's sacred physique didn't kneel and ask for death, then it would start from the extermination of the Yi clan. Today, such a merciless voice came from the Valley of Gods. The world was shaken, and many people were trembling with fear. It was unknown how many people were passing their days in fear. The pressure the ancient royal races gave the people of the world was too great. Even many undying great sects acted as if they were facing a great enemy. Many people's hair turned white overnight. This was a suffocating pressure. If an ancient ancestor king came into being, who in the world could oppose him? At this time, Yi Fan was chatting with the Scarlet Dragon Taoist. After hearing this news, his expression couldn't help but change. "What do you plan to do?" The Scarlet Dragon Taoist asked. "I want to see Azure Emperor's descendant, Yen Ruyu," said Yi Fan. "She has left the eastern wasteland for many years and is currently in the western desert." After hearing these words, Yi Fan was incomparably disappointed, but there was nothing he could do. "If you really want to see her, I can personally find her and bring her back." "Then I will have to trouble Senior," said Yi Fan. Then, Yi Fan asked the Scarlet Dragon Taoist for a corpse. This was an important goal of this trip. "You want that sacred corpse?" Yi Fan nodded solemnly and said, "Yes, I can live in his sacred shell. He will be of great use to me. Whether or not I can succeed this time is a key." Inside the Green Flood Dragon King's treasury, there was a withered body that had passed away in meditation for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. It was a sacred physique, but it had not reached grand completion. However, he only cultivated a single secret realm and still became a saint. The sturdiness of his body surpassed the imagination of the world and could be considered a supreme divine material. Not to mention a saint with a sacred physique, even the corpses of other saints were peerless divine objects that could be refined into any precious weapon. Who would lend such a rare divine object? If not for Yi Fan's solemn request, the Scarlet Dragon Taoist would not have asked the descendant of the Green Flood Dragon King, Qingyi, to open the treasury. "Brother Qingyi, I will repay you generously in the future." This was Yi Fan's promise. Not to mention anything else, when the golden-winged little Peng attacked him in this place, this person had stopped him. A cold corpse sat cross-legged in front of him. Its flesh and blood had long dried up, and its skin was wrapped around its bones. However, it made people feel reverence and want to kneel down. Inside the treasury, divine splendor flickered. There were countless treasures, but compared to this corpse, they were all like sand and dirt. There was no way to compare them. Yi Fan treasured it very much. He put it into the myriad energy cauldron and expressed his gratitude once again. "Do you need anything else?" asked the Scarlet Dragon Taoist. "I still want an extreme imperial weapon," said Yi Fan. The place he wanted to go was too terrifying. Even sect masters couldn't stay there. "This is too difficult." The Scarlet Dragon shook his head. Now, no one could touch the extreme imperial weapon left behind by the Green Emperor. When the 10,000 ancient races were about to appear, no one dared to lend it out. This was related to the fate of the entire Eastern Wasteland's demon race. Yi Fan also knew that no one would touch the extreme imperial weapon in the current situation. Even in the past, such an unparalleled imperial weapon couldn't be lent out. In the end, Yi Fan set out on a journey of 9 deaths and 1 life. He had already taken the first step to intimidate the ancient imperial races.